5 o'clock and I'd like to call the meeting to order and open the meeting. I advise all present that audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and live streamed to the community via the City of Hobart YouTube channel. For the purposes of the recording, elected members should wait for the chairperson to announce them before speaking, and I request that all mobile devices be either turned off or put to silent. I note that all elected members are present, but I'd also like to note that we have received a leave of absence from the Lord Mayor. I'd now like to move on to the acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge the Muwinina people of Tasmania who did not survive invasion or dispossession. However, I would like to acknowledge the Palawa people of Tasmania who did survive invasion and dispossession and continue to maintain their culture, identity and rights. Many of us also took part in various different events around NAIDOC week, which was from the 7th to the 14th of July. And I would like to note that the theme this year is Keep the Fire Burning, Black, Loud and Proud. I would also like to note that we had a workshop from Dwayne Everett-Smith and Sarah Wilcox, who explained to us the various different reasons behind why a welcome to country was important and the genesis of that particular aspect of doing that recognition and welcome to country. As a result, I would like to also extend to everybody here an acknowledgement to country and note that as per the workshop we were advised that this is a cultural safety issue and it shows that we as the City of Hobart are a culturally safe working environment. Thank you. I would now like to move on to the confirmation of minutes. I report that I have perused the minutes of the meeting of the open portion of the council meeting held on Monday 24th June and the minutes of the meeting on the open portion of the special council meeting held on Wednesday 3rd July, and I find them to be a true record and recommend that they be taken as read and signed as a correct record. Can I please have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Harvey, and seconded by Councillor Dutta. I now put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. That's carried unanimously. I'd now like to move on to number 3, transfer of agenda items. Are there any items within the meeting that anyone would like to transfer? Being none, I would now, can we have somebody move that? Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Carried unanimously. I'd now like to move on to communication from the Chair, and I've just got 2 items I'd like to talk to you about. On behalf of the City of Hobart, I was presented with an award for enduring architecture at the 2024 Tasmanian Architecture Awards. It is awarded to the former architecture firm Hartley Wilson and Bolt for the Sandy Bay Bathing Pavilion. The award is for buildings in Tasmania of at least 25 years of age and recognises achievement for the design of buildings of outstanding merit, which remain important as high-quality works of architecture when considered in a contemporary context. The Sandy Bay Bathing Pavilion is a City of Hobart asset. It was constructed in 1962 and designed by architect Dirk Bolt, an architect of Hartley Wilson and Bolt. The feature of the construction was the precast concrete facade. Bolt was considered one of the most influential architects in Tasmania in the 1950s and the 1960s. He was responsible for the design of many influential and iconic buildings across Hobart. And this is the award that we received. And we have a second one that I'd like to note as well. That was on Thursday, the 18th of July. I received the Consul General of China, Mr. Jing Wangfeng. The Consul General gifted this decorative silk scarf. And the City of Hobart gifted Tasmanian timber coasters. I'd now like to move on to item number 5, which is notification of council workshops. You'll notice there in your agenda we had a workshop on the 1st of July regarding waste management, briefing Tas Waste South and street side dining. It's also noted there who was in attendance, and I won't repeat them as I'm sure you can take that as read. Oh, I can take that as read. The second one is there, the 15th of July, and the purpose was the tennis centre update, Mac Point update, funding grants, sponsorship, and the annual plan. And those who were present is also noted there in the agenda, so I'll take that as read as well. We now have public question time. Are there any questions, CEO?
I believe so.
We have a question, a public question from Maria Riedel. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Riedel.
My name's, is it working? Can I talk louder?
Yeah.
My name's Maria Riedel, and I have a house in Hobart, and I have a great interest in what happens around Hobart, though I am a new resident. My questions: removing car parking on Collins Street is a form of discrimination against those less able to access businesses along the street, is it not? Is it not base bias, expecting everybody to bicycle, scoot, and take unreliable buses, etc.? That's my first question. My second one, is this council backing the over 74% who do not want UTAS to move into an already concrete and congested CBD? And I did study at UTAS. Third question, it could be either the stadium one, whether you support stadium, or it is Kunanyi has a special unique place in our city, in Tasmania. Surely council does not seek to clutter it for a private developer. Those are my questions. Okay, do I sit down now?
Yes, thank you very much. Maria, thank you very much for your question. We are still considering the matters that you have raised, and there will be another report coming to council, and we'll take your questions on notice, and we will reply to you accordingly. Thank you. And the next person we have is Mervyn Reid.
Good evening, Deputy Lord Mayor. My name is Mervyn Reid and I live in Tolmans Hill. My question was to the Lord Mayor, but obviously he's not here tonight. Works depot fiasco. Some time ago, the council resolved to seek public expressions of interest. Is it not working? Do we not have a battery? Lord Mayor, some time ago, the council resolved to seek public expressions of interest in the sale of the lease of the Gibbon Street land and quarry that is now not used. This process is very expensive to the council. The process culminated in responses from organisations wishing to use the quarry for a range of purposes. However, the council at a closed meeting determined the quarry was needed to relocate a works depot from Self's Point, and subsequently cancelled everything that had taken place over the previous 18 months. I now ask that you table the development application, the engineering plans, the detailed drawings for the relocated works depot, together with the detailed account of the cost of construction and all of the administrative arrangements at the next council meeting. The ratepayers have a right to know what the cost of this spur of the moment decision taken by the council and your progress to date has been.
Thank you very much for your question, Mervyn. We'll take that on notice and we'll respond to you accordingly. Thank you. We'll now move on to number 7. Petition. Sorry, was there one more? Sorry, yes.
Deputy Lord Mayor, Commissioner Review, I had put my hand up, but I was hidden by movement there. This microphone, I hope, is working. There's an article in today's Mercury which I find a little confusing, if I may read it. because if it's in the Mercury, one must believe it's possibly true. It's to do with the aftermath of the Crowther demolition by the vandals. The Hobart City Council say that the current arrangements cannot continue, that is the boxing of the plinth, unless the council obtains a planning permit, something which the council has all brought out. It would also leave the community in somewhat of a state of limbo on this issue, leaving all those with different views, possibly unsatisfied, and leave a feeling of the issue being unresolved, a council officer said in a recent report on the statute. This includes parties who appealed the council's decision to remove the statute, I being one of those, as you know. The council already has a permit to permanently remove the statute, which is not yet active because of the vandalism. On Monday, people will decide what to do next. This is the intriguing part. The options available, I'm quoting here, available to the council are therefore repair the statue so that it is restored on top of the plinth, removing the temporary box, or commence the planning permit by removing the balance of the statue, repairing it, and complying with all the permit conditions, the report said. Now, I trust the Mercury journalism, but I'm sorry, I think I'm confused, but I would like to know how the council feels about that conflicting report. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your question. This is obviously a live matter. It's on the agenda tonight, and subsequently we will write to you and respond to you in due course. Thank you. We will now move on to number 7, which is petitions. Are there any petitions, CEO?
There are, Acting Lord Mayor. So we've received a petition that's submitted by Edwin Johnson of 82 Salamanca Place, Battery Points. The subject matter is as follows. So Hobart small business and visitors to our city are suffering from current traffic management decisions, and this is only going to get worse. The City of Hobart plans to remove 59 parking spaces from Collins Street in the inner CBD to make way for dual bike lanes. Collins Street is not a suburban road, it is a vital part of the inner CBD. The removal of so much on-street parking does not consider people with mobility issues, our ageing population and inadequate public transport systems. Hobart's inner CBD has become a much safer place over the years with wider footpaths and less traffic lanes. But this area is still the main business district of a capital city. The particulars that are sought by the petitioners is to stop the current planned changes to Collins Street and to locate future northbound and southbound bike lanes on separate streets to minimise disruption. There are a total of 2,231 signatures.
Thank you very much. Someone needs to move that to a committee.
I move that it be presented to the appropriate committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dutta, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 8, consideration of supplementary items. CEO, are there any items?
No, Acting Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item number 9, indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. Do any elected members wish to indicate an interest in any item appearing before the council open meeting today? No? Being none, we shall move on to the officer's report, which is number 10, the Transport Strategy 2024 and Parking and Curbside Management Plan. Can I have somebody move the item? Thank you, Councillor Posselt. Seconded by... Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Thank you. I'll now open that item for discussion. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor, and what a pleasure to bring this item forward. We are a city where everyone has effective, safe, healthy and environmentally friendly ways to move and connect with people, information and goods to and through spaces and the natural environment. And this is a concise statement that sums up our transport needs. And it's a statement that I think that every single person who uses our city could agree with. That's why it's written into our community's vision for the city of Hobart. And it's an important topic, transport, movement, how we get around, and how we interact with each other and our surroundings. And the thing about transport is that it's so much more than just movement of people and goods. The way our transport networks operate have wide-ranging effects on the whole community, and not just the community that regularly use our city's streets for movement. The way we move around has implications for population health and associated expenditure of taxpayers' money on healthcare. The way we move has implications on space allocation in the spatially constrained city centre. The way we move has implications for the environment as we navigate a climate and biodiversity emergency. The way we move has economic implications for the city and for the individual user. And indeed, the way we move and the way others move around us has a direct relationship with social cohesion, friendships, and happiness. And that's why the Hobart Transport Strategy 2024 is such an important document, made even more important by projected population growth that will see an increase in our population of more than 4,000 residents in the next 6 years. And this population will tend to be younger than the rest of Tasmania, with current average age 37 years for the city compared to 42 years statewide. This strategy presents the city with an opportunity to leverage planning, modern and innovative technology, and a community desire to deliver genuine transport choice for people moving to and through our city. And the status quo isn't sustainable. For example, single occupancy vehicles represent 62% of all commuters. That means that 9.2 metres squared of city space is allocated currently to each and every commuter who park their car in the city. 9.2 metres squared is a lot of space, and it could be used for many, many more productive things, like street trees, on-street dining, protected bike lanes, places to stop and rest and enjoy our city. They're all foregone opportunities to allow the status quo, for one person to park their car. Conversely, walkers only use 0.5 metres squared of city space, and those on bikes and scooters use 1.5 metres squared. And the parking and curbside management document that the team has put together talks to these principles. How can we best utilise limited city space for everyone? And it isn't just space that these decisions affect. The result of Greater Hobart having an unenviable record as the highest rate of trips by car in the country for a capital city is that 50% of Hobartians' emissions are transport related. And while many people recognise, and indeed this council has recognised, that we are living in a biodiversity emergency, we haven't acted in our individual behaviour or infrastructure provision with the required urgency. And this plan does that, not just through encouraging behaviour change or supporting uptake in biking, walking and public transport, but includes plans for more street trees in our environment. Recognising the pressing need for change, it explicitly prioritises urban greening. And behaviour change is hard. We're all habitual beings, and that's why the city is supporting behaviour change through a variety of actions in this document. And the rewards reaped will be beneficial for everyone. At an individual level, transport costs the average Hobartian about $400 a week when all things are considered. But it's not just your own bank balance at stake. It's how we choose to spend limited public money. For example, every kilometre walked generates $6.50 for society. Every kilometre ridden generates $2.25. But for every kilometre driven, it costs society 56 cents. I'd request an extension of 3 minutes, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Coates, seconded by Councillor Datta. All those in favour? All those against? It's carried unanimously. Please continue.
Thank you. So for every kilometre ridden, it generates $2.25 for society. But if you drive, it costs society 56 cents a kilometre. And what's more, every single dollar that we spend on bike infrastructure yields about a $14 return on investment. It's a pretty good investment, I reckon. So walkers spend more in our economy than drivers too, meaning that more people choosing to walk or take public transport helps small businesses to thrive, leading to a vibrant and an active city. And let's face it, everyone is a pedestrian at some stage in their journey. You park and then you walk. We have to support gold-class pedestrian infrastructure in our city, and I believe this document does that. The health implications of driving every day and everywhere can't be understated either. Tasmanians are a population with worse health outcomes than other Australians, costing the taxpayer more in health expenditure per capita and leading to lower quality of life for residents. In fact, more than 58% of Tasmanians are not getting their enough daily exercise. And I've always thought that active transport is the secret to life. Surprisingly, this notion even applies to public transport, with public transport users 3.5 times more likely to reach the recommended 10,000 daily steps compared to those who drive. And we know that there are mental health effects and benefits of being active. But did you know that transport choice affects how many friends you might have? Believe it or not, residents of low car movement neighbourhoods are likely to have 3 times more friends than those who live in high car movement neighbourhoods. Weird, but it actually makes sense. Engaging with people in the street, at traffic lights on your bike or at bus stops builds relationships with people, and time and again studies of happiness reveal that the strongest indicator for happiness is the number of meaningful relationships in our day-to-day lives. So what's not to love? Every single commuter who chooses alternative transport is one less car in the queue in front of you and one more available car park when you need it most. This plan is aspirational. It looks to these principles, leverages contemporary evidence and uses the theory of movement and place combined with the healthy street principles to identify 4 themes. 1, encouraging and enabling behaviour change. 2, safe and healthy streets for all. 3, climate-ready transport. And 4, emerging trends to enhance our city. From which it draws no less than 71 specific actions with target delivery timeframes to ensure that we do as we say. I commend the Hobart Transport Strategy to the Chamber and thank Officers Ruby Pettit, Daniel Vidal and Neil Noy and the entire mobility team who have been instrumental in developing this plan. Thank you, Deputy.
Are there any further comments? Councillor Dutta.
Acting Lord Mayor, through you, just a question to Councillor Basalt. He has quoted a number of evidence, as it were, and I'm just wondering where is the source for this? Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Those evidence-based are all in the transport strategy with appropriate references listed.
Thank you, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you very much for that. I would personally want to commend Councillor Basalt for his detailed, extensive and beautifully presented arguments and the facts. And I would also, without taking any more time, simply say I support this and I commend him for his wonderful introduction to this. Thank you.
Are there any further comments? Councillor Kitsos.
Yes, what a wonderful document the transport strategy is, and what an exciting future it holds for the City of Hobart. Tonight I'd like to move an amendment, if I may. The amendment relates to the actions that were referred to by Councillor Posselt, specifically Action 30 and Action 56. Now, I will preface this with a statement that I've worked with the officers this afternoon on adding some additional words to these points. I think I'd like to provide a little bit of rationale as to why I'm proposing these amendments. First, I'll address the amendment for Action 30. So the Action 30 amendment is to include some additional words to ensure that we are focusing on the safety of the children who are going to be using the school active travel plans, because I think that's a really key element in this strategy document, safety. Now, the reason why safety is so important is because the data shows that when parents are deciding which way their children will access school, safety is the #1 barrier that is listed. Because parents know what safety issues they have with active transport within their own suburbs. They all know the traffic crossing that's too difficult to cross for kids, or the driveway where large vehicles obscure visibility lines for small people. So I want to ensure that moving forward that the school active travel plans, which are now being developed underneath this transport strategy, has a focus on safety. So the change to the wording here is to support children's active travel to school with a focus on safety through the development of school active travel plans. So that's my first amendment. And my second is very straightforward and timely. So this is something that's happened in recent discussions in the State Parliament. So it refers to Action 56. So in our transport strategy as it stands, we refer to the bus rapid transit system for the Northern Corridor. And I'd like to amend that to the medium transit solution. And this is just to allow for all future proposals for this particular important connecting network, because we're not aware of what technologies are yet to be available to us that might be an alternate to the proposed bus rapid transit system. So all this rewording does is opens the door to the possibility of further discussion for alternative options for that corridor. So they're my two amendments tonight.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitsos. Just to confirm, have you sent that so that we can have it up, or you've sent it to all the elected members and everybody is aware? Is that correct?
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor, I've circulated that to all elected members tonight. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll first discuss the amendment. Do we need a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Dutta, thank you. Would anybody like to speak to that amendment before I put those two amendments?
Is the mover accepting the amendment? I'm happy to let it run as a separate amendment. Yeah.
Would you like to speak to the amendment, Councillor Coates?
No, but my understanding is if the mover accepts it, we don't need to have a big debate over it. But no, I'm fine.
Further comments? So I'll put those amendments. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? It's carried unanimously. Now we'll go back to the substantive motion item. Would anybody like to make any further comments?
Yes,
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions before we start, please, through you to the relevant officer. What period does the implementation plan cover in this document? Is it 5 or 10 years?
Mr. Vidal?
Yeah, if I may, yeah. So there's 3 time periods. I think there's immediate, short, and medium.
Okay, so it's an implementation for 7 years.
Correct, up to 7 years. Yeah. Yep.
I might just make a note, just because I was getting myself lost around documents, because in the items we had at the council a few months ago, it was referring to a top 10 key priority 5-year action plan, and then it's turned into a 7-year implementation plan. So I guess I just wanted to note that with so many documents flying around, it'd be really good if we can get some consistency from the outset around what documents actually are, especially before we go to consultation. Also, can I clarify what the scope of the last round of engagement we've just done in May was related to? What did people have an opportunity to influence as a result of the May consultation?
Mr. Vidal?
Yeah, there. So the consultation, it was in May. So that basically presented the previous version that obviously went to council in April. What we sought then was to prioritise the different themes and prioritise the different actions in the strategy to get a sense of what was important, I guess, to the people of the City of Hobart. And that enabled us to then draw up this final list, which has those priority actions and the timelines against those to ensure that we're acting, I guess, in concert with what the people have suggested as being the priority actions for them.
Thank you. So is it fair to say, and I did note the difference between the two versions was in the time frames were added, short, medium, I can't remember, but something up to 7 years. If people provided feedback in relation to things like broader themes, broader actions, was that taken on board, or was it only really in relation to the prioritisation activity?
Mr. Vidal?
Yes, so the primary purpose of that engagement was to gauge feedback around those priority actions or the implementation plan. But we do, as you note, there is an engagement report obviously attached to the agenda. We do go through every comment and submission that we received. Over 500 submissions in total, so it was really well engaged with, which was outstanding to see. And so we're able to provide those broader themes and suggestions as well.
Okay, thank you. And there's obviously a lot of data in the document. Can you please explain for us what data have we gathered specifically from the Hobart setting? You know, for example, such as spend by traffic mode. I've noted some of the documents we have which talks about Denmark, Oslo, Berlin, Madrid, but what data do we have around how people spend and how they arrive for Hobart?
Mr Vidal?
Yeah, it's a good question. That's certainly something we're interested in sort of delving into. Data is a really important part of, obviously, the implementation, one of the key priority actions, so we will unpack that. We've also got some contemporary Australian examples. The City of Brisbane one as shared this morning. So there are some other sort of more contemporary Australian examples, but we do need to delve into our own information and unpack that further for Hobart, as we will do.
Thank you. Okay, that's quite concerning from my point of view. We're going ahead with a plan that, in my mind, presents some dramatic changes for the city, yet we actually don't have the data upon which these decisions are relying. We don't know how many people, for example, in Habitat or Minimax in Collins Street are buying their dinner sets or their cutlery that arrive by car or bike or scooter. We're relying on data from Brisbane, which is 10 times the size of us, and other European cities, for example Copenhagen, which we all know, has generations-long cycling culture. So we're storming ahead with something based on ideology and experience from other cities. Something else that really stood out for me as I was going through the document is in the transport strategy and also the curbside plan, every single person in the images is able-bodied. Every single person. I'm not sure if they have, neurotypical issues or whatever it is, but there's no one in a wheelchair. I didn't notice anyone with a walking stick. I counted 24 people were probably in their 20s or 30s. 24 people were in their 24 people were in their 30s or 40s. 24 were in their 20s. 9 kids. There were only 2 people in their 50s that I would have guessed. 0 people in their 60s and 70s, 0 people in their 80s and 90s. And this is despite the fact that we have the oldest population in the country and a quarter of our Tasmanian population is over 65. From my perspective, I know we're talking about images, but that is a reflection to me, and it became true, it's a reflection of the content of the document, and it's a reflection of the considerations that we have in mind when we're preparing this document and the strategies in there. We have 8 pictures of scooters, 8 pictures of bikes, no pictures of wheelchairs, no pictures of prams. We have 7 coffee cups. So the themes that came through in here for me, they caused me quite a lot of concern. It's very obvious that this document is cars are bad and that they're a cost to our society. There's no mention of e-scooters and the impact they have. It's completely silent on the fact that e-scooters are far more dangerous than motorbikes, cars, driving or walking. You're much more likely to have a serious brain injury and serious orthopaedic injury with an e-scooter. It also these actions rely on the fact that we would have an adequate public transport system in place. We all know that doesn't exist. And we don't have the population to make a cost-effective public transport system anyway. We don't have the economies of scale. We're not going to be anywhere near that. As I said, we talked about the ageing population. Our median age in Tasmania is 42 compared to 38 elsewhere. And we talk about more mobility options being required to address these ageing population issues. Ageing people, they're not going to jump on scooters. Some of them people are barely able to walk. What they need is to be able to be dropped off to the hospital. They need to be able to be picked up after their orthopaedics outpatients appointment. They need to be able to access Centrelink. They need to be able to come into town and do some shopping. The other thing is that it actually owns the fact that car ownership is increasing, and it's looking to increase at around 2% a year, which will result in another 30,000 cars over the next, I think it was 20 or 30 years. And despite the fact that we're calling out, obviously, the fact that car ownership is increasing, the actions that are friendly to cars, that realise that obvious trend, they're not there. If anything, like I said, all of the motions in there, the actions in there, they are working against the fact that car ownership is increasing, even though we recognise it blatantly as a fact. It also talks about 65% of workers come into the city, live outside of Greater Hobart. They're not going to scoot in, they're not going to walk in. Most people can barely catch a bus in. The climate stuff, yes, it can be fun to raise the climate flag and say that this is why we need to do it, but let's get a grip. Australia's 1% of global emissions. Tasmania already has net zero, and we're a drop in the ocean even in the national context. This isn't going to solve any climate crisis. When it comes to mental health, walking and riding and public transport apparently connect people, and you don't feel lonely and you have a lovely, happy life if you do those things. I know a lot of people that relies on cars for their connection to society. People volunteer with Meals on Wheels, they go to the library, go to Mather's house. If people can't access our city by car, they lose those opportunities. No car for a lot of people means no visit. I don't like the way the council...
Councillor Ellett, you have 30 seconds remaining.
Can I please ask for a 3-minute extension?
Yes, moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Councillor Dutta. All those in favour?
Aye.
All
The
those
council...
against? Carried unanimously.
The document strays into telling people that they should avoid a second car and they should ride the bus or scoot or walk. For me, that shows how out of touch the council is. Staff action plan is one of the priorities on page 48. I'm interested to see whether we'll be giving up our parking spots. Will staff lose their car parking spots because they'll be walking and scooting everywhere, and if we'll stop offering cars in employment contracts and we'll offer scooter beam subscription instead. I've got so many things here. One of the real things that is a red flag for me is the broad statements that are made throughout the document. Action 23, create a city for walking, bike riding and public transport. Okay, so that could be absolutely anything, and I guess the trust is eroded at the moment with Collins Street plan being as extreme as it is, that removes all the car parks and doesn't offset them. And we'll progressively connect and protect the bike network. Okay, that can sound lovely, but what does it mean in real life? And how much parking will be decimated and not replaced? I'm not against bike lanes, and I've said that from the start. I said, as I said to the bicycle network, I'm pro-bike lanes if the parking loss is offset, and none of that is the focus here. There's a lot of gaps and a lot of missed opportunities in here. I mean, when it comes to walking, why don't we have an audit of footpaths for everyone? People pay thousands and thousands of dollars in rates. A lot of people don't even have a basic footpath. Where's the number plate technology for car parks? Where's park and walk, and we facilitate people to park outside the city and walk in? Where's the plan for off-street car parks on the outer rim of the CBD? Because car ownership is growing, more people are travelling in. It's not there. So, from my perspective, this document it presents a unicornia that's basically dangerous for our city, and I think it helps, it's going down the path of building a city for the new elite, where if you're able-bodied, you have a high income, you don't have young kids screaming with you, you don't have an elderly person you need to pick up, then this is a city for you. It's conflicts in terms of recognising car ownership in the older population, but it doesn't do anything to address those people. It actually just makes driving more difficult. We need a balanced and realistic approach forward, and this isn't it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments? Alderman Zuko.
I must have been before my time. 6.9.4, expand bike parking, including secure bike parking in our CBD. I don't mind expanding bike parking in the city. I was actually the one that actually introduced the first bike parking in our Argyle Street car park through notice of motion. I wanted to actually add showers in there, but the council wouldn't at that particular time. I believe we should be expanding more bike parking on the outskirts of the perimeters of the city, like I tried to push for car parking to be on the perimeter of the city. Because if we had the bikes in the perimeter of the city and had the cars in the perimeter of the city, people could actually walk far more into the city. when they could, when they can, if they can. What I find about this transport strategy, the question's already been asked on data. Just a month ago I mentioned our infamous Copenhagen Gill report, which, as far as I'm concerned, I've never supported. Won't support because if we're going to do a report, we should do it on our city. When we did the Heights report, it was actually done by a local architect who understands the city. This is a transport strategy, not for the city of Copenhagen, not for any of those cities in the attachments. As I read in 1.1, the purpose of the report is to provide an update on the Hobart Transport Strategy 2024. Now, if we are going to do a strategy on Hobart, we need the data on Hobart, not the data on Siberia. Because anything outside of Hobart is Siberia to me. We shouldn't be even standing here, even given consideration to reports such as this, if it doesn't give me the data on the city that I represent. I don't represent the city of Glenorchy, I don't represent the city of Clarence, I don't represent the city of Kingborough or the city of Siberia. I represent the city of Hobart, nor the city of Copenhagen. What's actually interesting about this report is that it talks about a resolution that a percentage of the CBD parking revenue is spent back into the CBD. Do scooters pay parking fees? Do people walking pay parking fees? Do people riding bikes pay parking fees? I think it's cars that pay the parking fees, that spend the money to upgrade and do things in our CBD. Many, many years ago, the parking fund for the city was actually reinstated into parking facilities. We could have had a parking fund which was generated by people who drive cars, who park in our city, to deliver all our needs for parking, whether it be scooters, motorbikes, bikes or cars. So the actual revenue that we spend in our city in regards to the infrastructure in places such as Lefroy Street, such as Lenna Valley, such as Newtown, such as Salamanca, such as North Hobart, as in this report, is all generated by cars. Not by bikes, not by scooters, not by people walking. If we are truly considering people's health, just so everybody knows, every time I come to council,
Alderman Zuko, you have 30 seconds.
Oh, can I get 3 minutes, please? Might as well throw it in.
Moved by Councillor Coates and seconded by Councillor Dutta. Thank you.
I walk
All
up
those
the
in
lift.
favour? Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
I walk up the lift and I walk up the lift. I walk up the stairs and I go down the stairs. General Manager, I've bumped into many times in the stairwell. I choose to do that. If I want to walk into the city, I will choose to do that. If I want to ride a scooter, I will choose to do that. If I want to drive my car, I will choose to do that. And I believe, as an elected member of this city, I should be able to provide the necessary infrastructure for that. We don't need, as far as I'm concerned, infrastructure everywhere where it comes to bikeways or scooters. Because I would say, mind you, I'm only taking a guess here, that 80% of our streets are covered by footpaths. So our infrastructure and footpaths are there. we are implementing bikeways in areas in which I don't support because of the effects it has on other aspects of our city. And we all know we already are having major problems with Campbell Street. I supported the extension of the bikeway that went from part of the regatta grounds across to the hotel near the Grand Chancellor. That's what prompted me to get the bikeway into the Argyle Street car park. I cannot support this transport strategy because it's predominantly going on about everything but cars. And I actually got to say it is absolutely fantastic to actually bump into people when we're riding our bikes and stop and all that, especially on bridges. And I've got to say we're going to have an increase of 4,000 people over the next years, and they're all going to be younger. But let's not forget those people that are in the middle ages like myself are going to be older as well. I'm sorry, this transport strategy is not a transport strategy. It is how can we increase more bikeways in the city of Hobart at the expense of people, in which I think it was quoted 62% of people drive cars, but I think it's a little bit more than that.
30 seconds.
I'll now sit down. I believe it's more than that because the numbers that we should be looking at is Hobart, not Brisbane or Siberia.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Can I just remind everybody about some of the health statistics in Australia? Not just Hobart, but we'll talk about Australia in general. 47% of Australians have one or more chronic illness. 67% of adults, probably including myself, are overweight or obese. 67% of adults are overweight or obese. 25% of children aged 5 to 17 are overweight or obese. We have a health crisis. And one of the key factors associated with this health crisis is inactivity, our sedentary lifestyle. And that's because too many people, too often, rely solely on their car for transport, as well as other habits that add to their ill health. But the sedentary lifestyle is one of the main things. 27% of 65-year-olds do not participate in any physical activity each week. They might have reasons for not being able to, but often it's because they rely on their car, even for short distances. We know in Hobart that in some areas, based on previous data, that people drive very short distances. There's a large percentage of people that drive less than a kilometre. That's a thing we should hopefully discourage by providing encouragement for other alternatives of walking and cycling in the zone. Where you can walk and cycle, we need to encourage that. Where a bit further out, you should ride. So in the National Preventative Health Strategy 2021 to 2030, it talks about encouraging more people to walk and cycle. And everyone in this room knows that a more active community, more active society leads to better health outcomes. And that, of course, takes pressure off the health system. We won't see as many people queuing up to have their chronic illnesses dealt with. So a good transport strategy can help with the health budget. It can help get people much healthier. The Gell report, which was referenced by Alderman Zuko, that's an interesting report. It wasn't based on data from somewhere else. When that report was done, all those years ago, the data came from the students studying at UTAS at the time, who for entire 24-hour periods staked out the city and they counted the movement of people throughout the city over 24-hour periods. So all the data that went into the GAL report was based on Hobart data. That was a really comprehensive study at the time. It was agreed by council, and we've nearly completed all of the actions from that. And I hate to keep repeating that, which I'll probably end up doing again and again. But the last action is the Collins Street cycleway. Another point which really amused me was, did anybody watch that episode of Utopia where the conversation about a master plan was distracted because there was no coloured people in the renders. There was no one in a wheelchair in the renders. And the whole conversation got distracted from what they were trying to achieve because people debated what was in the render. So there was an example of that here tonight, and I found it rather amusing, and my brain went straight back to that episode of Utopia. So the other day I was walking along Macquarie Street, and a young woman was riding her bike along the footpath, and she stopped to let me pass. And I said, oh, you know, hopefully one day there'll be bike lanes you can ride on. And she was really hopeful that there was, because she said, I'm really scared of riding on the road. And she represents a lot of people that would be more active.
30 seconds.
Can I have another? Kind of you all.
I think Councillor Coates was first moved by Councillor Coates and seconded by Alderman Zuko.
I feel privileged.
Sorry, can we vote on that? Just wait a moment. All those in favour?
Three.
All those in favour?
I won't need it.
Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
But this young person, for me, typified how many people feel about riding on the roads, because they think it's dangerous, they perceive it as dangerous, and it is quite dangerous in some locations. So we were hopeful in our conversation that one day there'd be safer cycle lanes separated from cars, and hopefully that will occur with another little section. But this takes forever. We've slowly chipped away with all these things across Hobart. We've had transport strategies previously, we've rolled them out, we've improved the amenity of the city for many people. Car drivers have dominated the city for many years, and they'll continue to dominate the city for many years. But it's about giving back a little bit of space for other modes of transport. It's about encouraging people to think differently about how they move around. It's about encouraging people to be more active and, hopefully, lowering the health budget, because people will be much fitter, and also it helps to improve mental health. So there's a number of benefits to having really sound strategies like we're looking at tonight, and I'm hopeful this will pass tonight. That's about it, I think. But we all understand that it's really challenging for some people to see a different way forward, that the status quo is often seen as best. But that's not the way cities work. Cities are evolving all the time. Things change. People's attitudes change. And there are those who don't agree with change, and there are those who see different ways forward. And I think tonight around the table there's enough people who do see a way forward, and there's enough energy, I hope, across Hobart that will support changes into the future. Because Hobart's a really groovy little town. People come to Tasmania, they come to Hobart because of the culture in Hobart. That's why visitors come here, as well as the heritage. But people would like to walk and ride. If we make it more safe, then we'll encourage more people to walk and ride. But also we need to be planning out how we facilitate the delivery of goods, how we facilitate on-street parking, how we facilitate disability parking. And all of that is covered in this report, except there's probably a little gap around really big vehicles in Hobart, which I'd like to explore at some time in the future. But overall, I'm really pleased with what we've got here tonight, and I'll be supporting it. So thank you to the officers for the work you've done over a long time. The engagement process was thorough. I saw people out on cold nights in the street, talking to people, and warm nights as well. I don't want to discriminate that discourage people from coming out, but we had a really good process to get to where we are, and I encourage everyone around the table to just think ahead, look into the future, don't stay in the past, and support this.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Sorry, I've got the flu. Question. Bus layovers. I found it difficult to identify where they were being addressed. That was part of one of the directions on this. Have they been addressed?
Sorry, Alderman Bloomfield, was that a question through the chair?
Yes, I'm asking the question
through the chair.
Yeah. Have they been addressed to such that we had asked them to be reduced or removed? Has that occurred in this report?
Mr Vidal?
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, it has. Yeah.
Which page? Because I actually could not find that.
Yeah, bear with me. I'll just find the action.
Thank you. Okay. Because bus layovers represented something like 80 or more car parks, which unfortunately belched an awful lot of pollution into the air that we could have done something positive about, as in removed. And that would have been something that didn't take a lot of effort to have a good change. But unfortunately, overall, I actually see this particular plan as a pathway to further poverty. Further poverty in the fact that I actually had a post come up that I posted two years ago, where it mentioned that young kids or people who are on the lowest socioeconomic strata of our workforce in the CBD spend up to 20% of their income getting to work. And this plan, unfortunately, will make it worse for them. They cannot necessarily afford to live in the area, so they have to live out of area. They don't have an ability to use public transport. In fact, public transport use has actually decreased significantly since the issues that we've seen with bus unreliability. And the bus services that have been promised are a minimum of 2 years away. Meanwhile, we also have a number of elected members mentioning things like health. Well, health has more to do with poverty than it does with exercise. In fact, there are studies that actually mention the impact of a good diet has far more productive outcomes than exercise. You can exercise till the cows come home and you will still not lose weight. You eat well, you eat better quality food, you actually will be healthier overall. So it's a little bit unfair to fat shame and to blame unable to bike or walk and so forth on, well, it's our fault and all the rest of it. We have one of the poorest societies, communities, yet we also have the most overweight, remarkably correlated. So it's actually really important that when we look at these things, that we look at a little bit more as far as fairness as accessibility goes. Now, there were other areas and issues that I had as well, and that was when we look at Pillar 4, City Economy. There were mentioned twice of Outcome 4.1, Hobart's economy reflects its unique environment, culture and identity, in particular supporting the local community and businesses to foster the vibrancy of local areas, to contribute to attractive and unique destinations. But how is that going to occur? By removing customer base, by removing accessibility by cars and saying that, oh, don't worry, you can do it on an e-scooter, you can do it by walking. Well, I can promise you that if you try and access businesses on either an e-scooter or a bike, and I have tried to do so, my e-scooter use is quite limited, because when I attempted to engage with North Hobart, with a business there to do a media, I actually had nowhere to park my e-scooter, so I had to leave it at the practice and take a car instead. When I went to Collins Street to door knock the area and do other media up there, I also went to take my e-scooter. I attempted to do so and discovered that if I wanted to buy a coffee, I had to leave my e-scooter unattended on the street to go into the shop to go buy my coffee. Now, that is not a workable solution. And where are the plans for any of these bike park points? There are none. We are still waiting to hear how many and where, not in the plan anywhere. It was talked about in Collins Street. None, nowhere. So I really find it's quite poor. We're going to create bike highways, but nowhere to stop. Nowhere to stop means no one buys. You certainly do not buy a cutlery set or a crockery set and chuck it on your e-scooter and off you go. You don't. You use a car. When you talk about things like, what else have we got here? Page 28 on the parking and curbside management plan, studies have shown, this is quoting, studies have shown that over 30% of cars in congested CBD traffic are drivers searching for an on-street park. Now, when we look at the traffic guidelines, we know this type of behaviour occurs because we have saturation, oversaturation of parking. We don't have enough parking. The stats are showing us this.
Alderman Bloomfield, you have 30 seconds.
I would like to go for another 3 minutes like everyone else. Thank you.
Moved by Alderman Zuko and seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know my voice was going to keep going. Okay, so basically, in order to counter this, instead of actually admitting that we have an undersupply of parking, we instead blame controlling of demand. That means less. Controlling demand means we'll make it harder for you to engage this way. So what's the alternative? Buses you can't afford, or e-scooters and so forth, which I don't know. If you're going to be out to Norky, are you really going to take an e-scooter all the way in and do your shopping? I don't think so. So I find that a lot of this is in very, very poor regard. It's not allowing appropriate engagement with CBD, and frankly, this plan is an absolute bonza for Glenorchy, Clarence and Kingston, because that is where the businesses are going to go. I have already looked at other businesses where they were looking at trying to get a place in Glenorchy and Kingborough and Clarence because they actually offer free parking and they support small business out there, but they're much harder to access because everyone's actually filling those places up, but there's plenty of free spaces in town. There are free spaces in town because it's too hard to get your customers to come in, and that's disappointing enormously. That's a fail for the fourth pillar, city economy. It's a complete fail. So I find that a lot of these things are really a concern, and I honestly cannot fathom that we feel that it's okay to ensure that people, and that's right, sorry, population. I actually got the stats the other day. In fact, it was yesterday. See, the ABS Bureau was basically highlighting that Hobart, in fact, is quite stable. It is not increasing. And increases and decreases are not necessarily in our control. They are based on a federal legislation, which at this point in time, they have pulled it back. They may increase it, they may pull it back. And here you are telling us we're absolutely guaranteed going to have all these extra people. I feel that is also planning for a fallacy. We can't know. But what we can do is deal with what we have today. We do not have public transport. We do have people who don't have a great deal, who have poverty to deal with. We need to be encouraging and supporting people and small businesses and jobs. And that doesn't happen when you plan a strategy like this.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, Councillor Harvey.
Could you just clarify that the supply of parking, it was suggested that there was undersupply of parking in Hobart. Can I just get that verified? Do we have an undersupply of parking?
Mr Vidal or Mr Noy?
Yeah, very broad question. But the short answer is from the data that we collect, no, we don't have an issue with supply of parking. What we found and what the evidence shows that people are unaware sometimes where parking is available. So that's why a key part of the strategy and the curbside management plan is to provide people with better information to find that parking.
Okay. It's good to get the accurate
Thank you for your comments. Any further questions or comments?
A question through you, Acting Ordinary. Yes, I do. And the question is this the final transport strategy? And if it is, did it go through the workshops processes? And if it did, how many times? And if these matters were brought up then?
Mr Vidal?
Short answer, yes, this is the final strategy. Yes, it's been brought to a council workshop in October last year. I think I'll take advice on that. I think it was late last year at least. It was brought to the April council meeting as well. And I don't know, I think it has been brought then in the March, I think it was March workshop as well. So.
Another question through you, Acting Lord Mayor, and the question is, are there council resolutions included in this report that the staff are implementing in the strategy?
Mr Vidal?
So just to clarify the point before, it was actually early April was the second workshop, not late March. My apologies. Yes, the feedback that we took on board from those sessions have been implemented as part of this final strategy.
Thank you.
And including motions, yes.
Just a curious question, seeing that we're incorporating other motions. Have we incorporated any motions on peripheral car parking in this strategy?
Mr Vidal?
So one of the key actions as part of the parking curbside management plan is to review parking, which includes and is specific to include those peripheral locations, yes.
I'll ask the question. Has peripheral car parking been incorporated in this transport strategy?
I think Mr Vidal has answered that for you.
No, I don't believe he has. I'm talking about, has peripheral car parking been incorporated in this transport strategy? That's what I'd like to know.
Alderman Zuko.
I can be more specific. Yeah, Action 21 of the Parking Curbside Management Plan, yes. So Action 21.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Thank you. Could Mr Vidal just read Action 21? It's a large document.
Mr Vidal?
So just to clarify, you want me to read out 21? Yeah. So as part of the Parking Curbside Management Plan? Yeah. It's review current publicly accessible off-street car parking locations and identifying appropriate longer-term locations for public short-stay and long-stay facilities.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Posselt?
The officer. Also, just clarification from Councillor Elliott's debate. Was there something in the transport strategy about a footpath audit, maybe Action 33? Could the officers clarify and read that for me?
Thank you. Mr Vidal?
Through you there, Acting Lord Mayor. Yes, so Action 33 is to undertake a complete audit of the streets and pedestrian crossings in central Hobart, prioritising accessibility and pedestrian safety, upgrades using the methodology previously used in the walkability of Elizabeth Street, Newtown Road Corridor report. Just to add in, Action 36 is also to develop a broader Hobart walking plan that identifies key pedestrian routes and strategic improvements.
Councillor Elliott.
Just to clarify, is that walking audit and the zebra crossings, you referred to central Hobart, was it?
Mr Vidal?
Specifically Action 33, yes. No, it doesn't mention zebra crossings, but it's pedestrian crossings more broadly, but then Action 36 is more generic for whole of City of Hobart.
And central Hobart's different to the whole City of Hobart, isn't it? Yes. And does the document refer to us needing to give away a little bit of space, or does it refer to many streets needing to reduce the capacity for private cars? Does it refer to many streets will have reduced private vehicle capacity? Does the document refer to many streets needing to have reduced private vehicle capacity to make way for other modes?
Councillor Elliott, I feel as though that question is actually engaging the staff in debate.
No, it's a very clear question. I said, does the document
think it is
many streets?
I think it's already there. You've read it.
No, I'm asking a question.
I feel as though that's going to engage the staff in debate because it's already there in the plan, to my understanding.
No, I'm asking a question. If it's in there, are you not going to allow me to ask the question?
Sure, you can ask the question. Is that okay for you to answer, Mr Noy?
Yes, look, I'm happy to. Look, we'd take that one on notice. We'd need to review the document just to
thank
provide you with an answer on that.
Are there any further comments or questions?
Thank you, Chair. Look, most of what's need to be said, I think, has been said tonight. I'm just a little bit disappointed in so much as the consultation with the ever-growing age population, the infirm, and the disabled. I think it's been totally lacking in this report, and that is disappointing, extremely disappointing to the point of almost being discriminatory. I mean, there's some good points in here that the report raises, and I congratulate
Point of order, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Councillor Posselt.
Causing offence to officers by labelling the report discriminatory, which is a pretty big word to use.
Councillor Posselt, thank you very much for that. The reasonable persons test, I think, as we've been explained on numerous occasions, is a very high bar. I take your point, but I won't accept that point of order. But Councillor Kelly, if you could please move on. Thank you.
Yes, so just to reinforce, I do find this extremely discriminatory, and it's just it's a pity the tentacles just didn't go out to some, and we have any number of old people's homes that could have been very easily sourced and tapped into. The same with the disabled organisations and such. It's just, I just feel we just haven't gone that extra yard there. The emphasis we get on the bike situation, I ride a bike most days, love it, have for the last 55 years in Hobart, so I know it pretty well, but 2% of the people coming into Hobart by council's own statistics and travel mode are bicycle people and scooters. 2%. Let's say if it was double, 4%. It's such a small figure that we are weighting so much of our money, variable resources, space and everything on. It's just wildly out of proportion. And I just think we've got to get a grip of that. But I'll leave it at that, and I am disappointed that it probably didn't go far enough. There's a lot more things I could raise questions about, but I'll just park it there, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Were there any further comments or questions?
Just to clarify.
Sorry, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Coates.
If he's just asking a question, I was going to give a contribution, but...
Oh, go on, you go. They haven't had a go yet.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I'll try not to require an extra 3 minutes. Obviously, we've had a lot of discussion about various items in this report. I think we can all agree that there is a huge number of actions proposed. It's a massive report. Obviously, there's a lot of initiatives. I think it's fair to say that one of the very tricky areas when it comes to public policy and dealing with transport and traffic and parking and mobility is that in some ways it can be a zero-sum game. You know, if you we've only got limited space, limited resources as a council, so you know, if you put one mode of transport, sometimes that can come to the detriment of another. And obviously you're also dealing with competing groups. You know, as a councillor, I'm sure that all of you, along with myself, get contacted by people all the time where, you know, they're angry, they're frustrated, you know, their day-to-day life is impacted because they're not able to get from where they are to where they need to be, in an easy and accessible way. Recently, just a few months ago, you know, I had a local business who was working in a pregnancy space and postpartum sort of exercise, and you know, really struggling to understand how they can be accessible for their clientele who just you know, what do you call it, healthcare-wise, you know, have to be able to drive and get there. You know, it's not realistic to expect a sort of postpartum pregnancy to be able to ride a bike. So, you know, and so you're always going to have these sort of specific concerns and issues. You know, as a CBD, we do host a hospital, we do host health facilities, nursing homes, all these sort of things. So, look, with that said, I don't want to sort of necessarily use my time to go down the path of looking at all these sort of action points, but I do want to draw my other elected members' attention to the implementation plan. It's on page 116 of the document, which is page 59, I think, of the PDF. And look, I appreciate implementation plans are often hard to write, and especially when it comes to big strategy documents, you know, how do you sort of put it in? But it does point out that a lot of these actions are actually happening relatively soon. So there's an immediate, which is 0 to 1 year away, the short term, and obviously the medium, and it doesn't say it there, but presumably long term / ones that don't get actioned. But it doesn't really talk about the oversight and governance of this strategy. You know, we're being asked tonight to vote on this, and that implementation plan just says, oh, well, we want to implement some immediately, some short, some medium. If we go back to the actual agenda item which we're voting on tonight, under item 5 it says legal risk and legislative considerations. Other than reputational normal project management risk, there is no specific legal risk and legislative issues that apply to transport strategy and the parking and curbside management plan. That is a relief. I would suggest, however, that, as we all know, when it comes to dealing with parking and mobility, there is an awful lot of reputational risk, an awful lot of reputational damage, and an awful lot of stakeholder risk and damage. You know, if you get it wrong, you really upset a lot of people. If you get it right, you can potentially have a lot of benefit to people. It does, however, say ongoing reporting will be undertaken and an internal steering group established for the implementation of both documents. Now, I don't believe we've been the best we can be as a governance group when it comes to implementing our plans and receiving reporting. We're also in a weird situation where we know there's a governance review that's happening, which is going to be looked at incredibly shortly. And so I find it a little bit where we've got the cart before the horse, where potentially tonight we're being asked to sign off on, 70 plus initiatives and actions, a huge number of which we're going to then task the organisation to implement immediately. At the same time, there's nothing in here about how it's going to be reported back to us, how we're going to have any oversight and governance, because some of these actions will have unintended consequences, there will be impacts, there might be community members who are upset who then come back to us and we need to manage that, and yet the structure that this sits and is put under isn't yet in place. And look, I'm reminded, and members, I did send this around on a feedback to our governance review, but as is outlined, the duty of councillors as a collective body, so us alone...
Councillor Coates, that's 30 seconds.
I might need the extra, I was hoping not to, but...
That's moved by Alderman Zuka and seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Thank you. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you for that vote of confidence. I always appreciate that you guys might vote me down on more time. Look, I'll try and keep it brief. So, our function collectively is to develop and monitor the implementation of strategic plans and budgets. Now, this is clearly an implementation of a strategic plan. We also do have the oversight to look at determine and review the resource allocation expenditure activities. Now, it does say that this is budgeted for, so that's a big tick and plus, but I struggle when I'm reading this document to genuinely understand where the reporting comes back to us, where we have the governance and oversight, and the manner in which these services, this change and implementation of a big plan, is going to be implemented. And so I'm just not comfortable voting for something in the knowledge that potentially we've then just got no oversight. And this is something that's on its own timeframes goes out to 7 years. Unfortunately, we've had recent examples where reporting hasn't happened, we haven't seen it. I'm not suggesting there's any intent on the part of the officers in this regard. I think it will inevitably get a lot of eyes looking at it, but I just think we need to have that piece in place first. Get the foundations in place before we start building on top. This is a huge document with a lot of asks, with a lot of potential impact in the community, and I think that before we sign off and say to the officers, go and implement 70 plus initiatives, a whole bunch immediately, we as a group actually need to have that governance piece and the reporting piece fleshed out and confident. And look, it is happening. We know that, I believe it's next month it's going to be due. We've had discussions. I mean, one of these action items even talks about the Access Advisory Committee. We haven't even signed off if that's going to exist in a month's time. We know there's a mobility committee at the moment which has done a huge amount of work, and we heard when it was introduced. I don't know what that looks like going forward. So it is hard to sit here and vote on something when we're also under the Act in charge of governance and oversight, and yet we don't know what that piece looks like. So, look, with those comments in mind, and noting this is potentially a 7-year thing, there is a lot of time to implement it, I would seek a move to a deferral on this item. And I'd ask that members just consider the fact that we probably need that little piece of work fleshed out a bit more before we sort of sign off on the strategy.
So that's a procedural motion, Councillor Coates, and we'll put that immediately. It is a procedural motion. Can we have a seconder, please? Seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour for the deferral motion to defer this particular item, the Transport Strategy 2024 and Parking and Curbside Management Plan. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. Okay. By show of hands, please. All those in favour of the deferral?
I'm Zuko, Elliott, Coates, Bloomfield and Kelly. And the noes? Dutta, Passelt, Kitsos, Lohberger, Harvey and the Deputy, so it's lost.
That deferral is lost. And so, Councillor Coates, have you finished speaking? I think you had about 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, look, I don't want to get into debating pros and cons of 70-odd action items. I just think as a group, we should only be voting to put in place strategies if we have very clear line of sight as to the implementation and governance of those. And look, you know, as we know, council officers do that, and it says here there'll be an internal steering group. I'm pleased to see that, but I do think that we as a group should have taken a little bit more of a look in that and where it is in the plan. And I know officers listening in now, but look, yeah, that was the reason for the deferral. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. I would urge members to consider whether we can and should be voting for this in a scenario where we don't have that oversight in government. And I look forward to the further governance review.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coates. Councillor Dutta, do you have a question?
I have a question. And the question is, when the staff is going to implement this, will there be a monitoring and governance principles in play and reported back to council?
Remy, CEO.
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. So yes, there will, is the short answer. Obviously, the bigger, more strategic actions are included in the annual plan of each year, but certainly, as Councillor are aware, we have expressed a need in recent months to have better line of sight on the many plans and strategies that do exist across the council, and certainly, as Councillor Coates has pointed out, the governance review is going to provide a greater line of sight to those in the next few months.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there any further questions, comments? If there are none, I just had a particular question. Actually, in fact, I had two. One of them has already been asked by Councillor Dutta, but I just wanted to know, is the strategy silent on e-scooters?
No, it's not. So Action 15 of the strategy talks to micromobility. So I'll read it out just for clarity and completeness. So Action 15 is continue to work with our operators on the management of e-scooters to prioritise pedestrian safety. So noting that's a really important piece with the regulation of e-scooters.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. So could you tell me, sorry, just one more question, what other modes of transport does the strategy actually cover? So it is e-scooters, buses, what others? Is it ferries perhaps?
Without deep diving, yes, it certainly covers all modes, micromobility, wheeling, riding, walking, driving, public transport as well. So yeah, it does cover it all.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions or comments, Councillor Posselt, would you like to sum up this particular strategy at all? I've been asked by the CEO if you'd like to.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. I'll be super brief. Again, this is a really important document for us moving forward to plan the movement and transport for people around this city, and it's one of the most important documents that we'll sign off on this council because everybody needs to move at some stage. I know that as a paramedic driving around this city every day on shift, I know the importance of movement for everybody. So I once again thank the officers for their hard work. Thank you to the elected members for the debate and their sometimes insightful questions, and I look forward to this going through this evening.
Thank you very much. So I'll put that item. All those in favour? All those against? By show of hands, please.
In favour, Dutta, Passelt, Kitsos, Lohberger, Harvey and the acting, and the noes. Zuko, Kelly, Coates, Bloomfield. So that is carried 1, 2, 3, 4.
That item is carried 6-5. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 11, which is the Crowther statue update. Can I...
The officer's recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Harvey and seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Is there any debate, any comments, any questions? There are none. I'll put the item. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We shall now move on to item number 12, the South Hobart Sustainable Community, the garden, the lease renewal. Can I have somebody move that, please? Councillor Kitsos, would you like to move that? Yeah, moved by Councillor Kitsos and seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Oh, sorry. Would you like Councillor Kitsos? You'd like to comment? Yes.
Lord Mayor. Look, this is such a beautiful and simple proposal tonight that it could easily be passed over. So I just wanted to allocate a few minutes to point out the benefits of this particular project to the community. So in 2012, the first plots were dug for this community garden, and what followed is a thriving, productive and beautiful garden for the South Hobart community. It's been further assisted by additional grants. The garden is now complemented by a timber shelter, a tool shed and an essential mains water connection. Typically, this garden has 24 to 30 plot holders at any one time, and these plots are a source of fresh, local and produce. The stall holders include a variety of people: students, migrants, tenants and people whose homes don't suit food production. This community garden offers shared monthly working bees, which are an opportunity to share the knowledge in how to produce this food and maintain the space, and also an opportunity to improve community connection. This garden is of high value. It has been featured on Gardening Australia. Various community and educational groups use this garden as an example of what can be achieved. Over the years, there have been over 200 plot holders that have used this valued facility. South Hobart's sustainable community have expressed their appreciation for Council's support for this initiative and the request for the additional 5-year lease. As a volunteer organisation, they need these initiatives to continue their valued work to the community. So I'd like to thank the South Hobart Sustainable Community for their continued work in this space, and hope that you can endorse this motion tonight.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? No, being none, I shall put the item. All those in favour? Aye. Against? It's carried unanimously. I'll now move on to item number 13, which is the 2023-24 annual plan, the final report for the financial year. Can I have somebody to move the item, please? Moved by Councillor Lohberger and seconded by Councillor Harvey. Are there any comments? No, being none, we'll vote on that. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those against? It's carried unanimously. Item number 14, the proposed delegation for Taswater Selfs Point Treatment Plant. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Councillor Lohberger. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Are there any comments or questions?
Councillor Lowe.
I did have a question, Chair, through you. Motion sort of asks us to give away delegation due to a timing issue. I just wondered if we could get some clarity on how giving up delegation will actually speed the process.
Yes, Ms Abbey.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor. So we're anticipating a key part of our decision-making process is receiving the decision from the EPA. The decision is expected to be made on the 30th of July. The next planning committee meeting is the 31st of July, so it's unrealistic that we'd get it to that meeting. So then it's another 2 weeks until we'd be able to get it to the planning committee. Which doesn't sound like much time, but in the context of the financial concerns that Taswater have raised, I thought it was worth proposing this to the elected members.
Are there any further questions or commentary? Yes,
Just a
Councillor
question.
Coates.
We delegate this to the staff for a decision. A report that comes back raises some concerns. Does staff have the ability then to defer it to the 2-week meeting?
Ms Abbey?
Through you, Chair, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Lord Mayor. Absolutely. We have 42 days from the date that we receive the decision from the EPA board. So if for whatever reason the decision isn't made on the 30th, then that will delay the start of our assessment time. But I guess we have already seen draft conditions from the EPA board, so from the officers level. So it's my expectation that it will be approved.
Any further questions, commentary? No further questions or commentary? Okay.
Look, I might just speak to it briefly.
Yes.
Sorry, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I wasn't really of a mind to delegate this responsibility, but given the timing issues, it is very tight, and I know Taswater does have a number of contracts that are time limited. So I feel I'd like to thank the Director, Adi, for her contribution there for the answer to the question. I feel like I actually will be supporting this tonight, having come into the room thinking I might vote it down. So thank you.
Any further comments? No. We'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Number 15, Procurement Strategy Performance Report for the period ending 30 June 2024. Can I have somebody move that, please? Moved by Councillor Coates, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any commentary or questions? Councillor Coates.
Look, just very quickly, a few comments. Thank you for compiling the report. As always, City of Hobart is exemplary when it comes to their procurement strategy and doing it. Look, superficially, if you look at it, you'll see a bunch of items that weren't progressed. You dig a little bit deeper and you'll notice next to the little X's in the report, a lot of those are due to actually requiring on third parties, and a lot of procurement does take place sector-wide. And I know there's a big project around civil works in particular, which is delaying some things. I said when I was reading through it yesterday, there was no red flags for me. I think there's a huge amount of work that's gone in, and I know Laura's done a huge amount in that space, so thank you. We've been a really, really good council in this area. We continue to be first movers, and I think the performance report shows that. And look, it's there's always opportunity for change and growth, and I guess I'd commend the officers and the work they're doing. I would note, and I look forward to the 2024, because it's just flicked over into the new financial year. The big PDF document of all the contracts that we issued will be uploaded soon, I'm sure. And look, it's great to see an area of the council where we're getting really fulsome reporting and we can have an oversight and see what's happening. So I would urge members to support this item.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? No, being none, I'll put that item. All those in favour say aye. All those against? Item is carried unanimously. Thank you. Now on to item number 16, the proposed motion for Local Government Association Tasmania General Meeting. Can I have somebody move that? Thank you, Councillor Posselt, and seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Comments, questions? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously. Number 17, lease arrangements for 22 Creek Road, moved by Councillor Posselt. Can I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any comments? Yes, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A question, if I may, to the relevant officer, will the childcare facility have rates discounts applied per the rates policy?
Mr Reynolds, is that you or Ms Edwards? Thank you.
Acting Lord Mayor, we'll need to take that one on notice.
Thank you. Councillor Posselt, any further questions, comments?
Acting Lord Mayor, look, I would encourage the staff to consider how this fits into the education component of our rates remission program. But regardless, this council knows that I'm a passionate supporter of childcare, regardless of whether my children go there or not. And I am a current consumer of 2 different childcare organisations within Hobart. We know there is a paucity of childcare provision within this city that affects female participation in the workforce. And everything that we can do as a council, we should do to encourage more childcare facilities in the municipality, particularly in the CBD. And I would encourage officers to consider ways in which we could do that moving forward to support a vibrant city of workers of all different demographics and enabling those who have recently had children to continue working within the workforce at their desired FTE. So I commend the work that we've done, and I am really pleased to see us listening to the needs of this particular leasee to have a longer term lease to allow them to provide the upgrades that are much needed to facilitate childcare in Lena Valley, just near the primary school.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? No, being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Item is carried unanimously. Number 18, 2024 fees and charges, fees for community liability pack, moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any comments, questions? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. We'll now move on to report of the Chief Executive Officer. Item number 19, Code of Conduct Determination Report, Helen Burnett versus Councillor Elliott.
Move to receive and noted. Move to receive and noted.
Moved by Alderman Zuko, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. Any comments, questions? Being none, I'll put that. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? Carried unanimously. We'll now move on to motions of which notice has been given, which is item number 20, Hall Saddle. Somebody move that. Moved by Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. And I'll have Councillor Lohberger introduce that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to give a speech just in support of this motion. We'll see how we go from there. Okay, so the Hall Saddle site represents an opportunity to move on from the divisive cable car proposal, which has cooled the debate on a visitor transport solution for Kunanyi, Mount Wellington for far too long. I think we need to be clear here. The cable car proposal is dead. It is no more, it is bereft of life, and it has ceased to be. The government's own TASCAT tribunal found that it failed on 18 separate grounds, and the proposal was barely alive even when it was being floated.
Point of order.
Yes, Alderman Zuko, what is your point of order?
We are talking about the Hall's Saddle. We are not talking about the cable car. I cannot believe that we should be debating the cable car if we're debating Hall Saddle.
Thank you very much, Alderman Zuko. I do take your point of order, and I would like Councillor Lohberger, if you could perhaps move on just from the cable car, which has already been determined by this council. Thank you.
All right, I'll just finish that section and say the cable car is not going to happen, and it is time to move on.
Sorry,
it is part of the speech about
This is a debate on Hall Saddle, not the cable car.
I've just pointed out, Councillor Lohberger, if you could please move on.
As I just said, it is time to move on from that proposal. The Hall Saddle site offers a solution for the entire community. It's a large open site near Ferntree and is just 10 minutes from the Springs. Power is on site, it is connected to the road network and is by far the best location for a much needed transport or visitor hub for Kunanyi, Mount Wellington. We're not reinventing the wheel here. The use of a hub to manage visitor transport has occurred in other parts of the state, primarily for the benefit of tourists at tourism destinations. Many of these destinations have received far more government investment than Kunanyi, Mount Wellington, which has been ignored while visitor numbers explode, toilets overflow and queuing cars cause dangerous situations for local residents during peak periods. What would happen if a local resident on Pillinger Drive needs an ambulance or a tourist on the Pinnacle needs an ambulance? What happens if a car crash sparks a bushfire on the road during one of these traffic jams? Under the current arrangements, disaster is likely. Until now, funding of maintenance and upgrades on the mountain has been left almost solely to the Hobart City Council, with ratepayers coughing up millions of dollars every year, despite making up just 11% of the users on the mountain. The situation is not sustainable for the council or for our ratepayers. We need a visitor transport solution for our mountain, just as we have seen in other tourism hotspots. And we need a government that's willing to invest in our mountain infrastructure on behalf of locals, just as they've invested in far-flung tourism locations for the benefit of tourists. So I commend this motion to my colleagues, and I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? Any questions? Councillor Harvey, yes?
Yes, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I'm supportive of this. I think it's a very good motion. I don't know how you could do any review of Kunanyi without including the whole saddle area. I know it's outside of the park, but I just think it makes absolute sense to look at whole saddle as a strategic location for accessing the mountain. So I'm supportive of the motion here by yourself and Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you. Any further comments? I think Councillor Kelly was next. Yes, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Question to the CEO. CEO, through you, Chair. CEO, has the terms of reference been established yet for the study with Council's input to that study by the state government as yet?
CEO.
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. No, so there's still draft at this stage, being consulting happening with direct stakeholders, and I think they'll come out for consultation is the next thing that we'll see. But again, I have seen them in that early consultation, and they are quite broad in nature.
And could you request that this is put into those terms of reference in that report?
CEO.
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. Yes, definitely, and we actually have already done that, but we're certainly, if the council were to make a decision, we would reinforce that.
And if we were to have an open day at Hall Saddle to highlight the wider public what situation is there, would this involve cost to the council to create such an exercise?
CEO.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, look, I think it's likely that it would. I think what I would seek to do is to involve the Department of State Growth and do it as a combined event. So we would work with them and hopefully share costs. But again, it need not be a massively expensive event. It's more about drawing public education and interest in the review. So.
Thank you, CEO.
Any further comments, questions? Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you, Acting Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the movers of this motion. They did incorporate, I gave them some slight feedback, but there was slightly like 2 reviews going on here. There was one by the Mount Wellington Park Trust, if I've got that right, and one by the Department of State Growth. And so I think it was slightly changed before it came to us, which is good. I'll just keep my comments brief. I'm not particularly comfortable with item number 5. I just think if we are going to do that, that's something that will probably come out of a review. I just, like, in my mind, if they're going to do a review of sort of infrastructure and the park and everything, doing an open day for people to just come and see a certain site is, I don't know, I just think, again, that's a little bit probably premature in the process. I'm also, like, number 2 to me is sort of, in some ways it's fine because it's just that it should be considered, but I think it sort of comes across as we agree that infrastructure should go there, but I'd like to think the review could be a bit broad. They might say, look, we actually should have infrastructure where the Lost Freight Cafe is, that's the spot or whatever it is. So I just sort of ask if the mover and the seconder would be comfortable in voting on this separately. People know that I've been a long-standing champion for alternative ways of getting up the mountain. I'm not going to go down the path of getting into that debate and not moving amendments, but I think if there is going to be a review and an asset that sits nearby, it's fair enough that we write to them and say include that. But I think this motion just sort of, number 2 just presupposes a little bit, and number 5 I'm not comfortable with because I think it's just a little bit too premature. And so as it stands, I'd be voting against this motion, but potentially 1 or 2 of the items I could live with, and so I'll just ask the mover if they consider taking the items separately. Look, other than that, ultimately I guess the fate of this review will be in the steering committee and working committee that State Growth put together. I would hope in any event that the CEO, as a representative of the Hobart City Council and as a stakeholder, and representing our, 15% of visitors that go up, for the benefit of the wider community, hopefully the output from that review is really comprehensive, provides some good recommendations, and I think clearly the rationale speaks to it. There are issues. 100 years ago, 80% of the visitors probably came from the City of Hobart. It's now 15%. We're getting more tourists. The City of Hobart's growing, but not within Hobart City Council's borders, so proportionally a lot more people sit outside. It's just sort of historical quirk that we manage and run that infrastructure, and it's probably fair enough to call for a review, and we should be, and I think we are going to be open with that, but look, I'm just not comfortable with probably 2 of those items on there. So with that question in mind, that's the end of my contribution.
Thank you.
I'll just respond to that, Chair. Look, thank you for your advice, Councillor Coates. We did incorporate it, as you noted, but I'm not comfortable splitting them. I do think they go together. I think it's a sort of a single piece, and I will put it as a single vote.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Lohberger. Any comments? Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Kelly.
Look, I support the motion, but I just can't bring myself to spending any more money on this mountain. We as ratepayers will spend up to over $4 million. I can see this costing thousands of dollars to have this exercise down there, and look, if I was happy to vote everything else but that 0.5, but the proponent is not prepared for that to happen. I think it's all going to be covered in the memorandum of understanding or the CEO's input into this, but once again, I do not support us spending another cent on the mountain until such time as we get clarity as where we're going ahead there. So if not prepared to split it, unfortunately, with great regret, I cannot support the motion.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, through you to the appropriate officer can answer. Have we got a proposal to do any works on Hall Saddle at this point in time at Council?
There's no proposal at this stage. Obviously, we've looked at proposals in the past, but there's certainly nothing in any of our plans to enact at the moment.
Correct. Thank you for that, CEO. Financial implications. Should the decision be made to build a Hall Saddle visitor hub, funding in the order of $5.7 million will be required. That's probably when that was looked at. I would say that would have gone up dramatically. At present, there is no capital allocation for this project in the 10-year Capital Works program. So we're going to write to the government, ask them to consider doing all this, but we haven't even got it in our Capital Works program for the next 10 years. And it's $5.7 million when it was looked at last. And we spend, I think, about $6 million on the mountain at the moment, roughly, give or take a couple of dollars. But we want to spend $5.7 million and a couple more dollars on one particular project that we haven't even given consideration for. But yet we're going to write to the state government and ask them to consider it. But also we're going to go and spend more money on something that's not even in our 10-year plan, to have a get-together on something that we haven't got in our plan for the next 10 years. Please. Please. We talk about strategic planning. It's not even in our plan. Sorry, I'm not going to waste ratepayers' money on dreams.
Are there any further comments? Yes, Councillor Posselt.
Acting Lord Mayor, a question to the relevant officer. Does this motion ask that we spend $5.6 million to build the facility tonight?
No.
Theo?
No.
Thank you. And a follow-up question to Alderman Zuko. He's normally very supportive of us writing to government for assistance encouraging members to write individually. I was just wondering why he's changed his perspective on that.
I haven't changed my perspective on matters. It's relative to this matter, relative to, in particular, point 5, spending money on something that we haven't even got in our strategic plan. That's my point.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Kitsos.
Can I please ask a question through you, Chair? Would the council be able to apply for future funding and or grants to support this project in the future?
Theo?
I mean, it's open to the council to set the priorities in which we do seek funding for. Obviously, this has been something that we've been looked at before. It's not currently in the preferred advocacy or the prioritised advocacy list for the council, but it's certainly something that's within the purview of the council into the future.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? No further questions or comments? No. Before I do ask you to sum up, Councillor Lohberger, I think I will just add that yes, that what has already been pointed out, that the motion is not seeking funding for 5.7 million. The funding is seeking to include the Hall Saddle in the proposed state government strategic review. And it delegates to the CEO to write and liaise directly with the Department of State Growth to request that Hall Saddle be included in the review for terms of reference. The point of contention, it appears, may possibly be point number 5, which is request the CEO to arrange to hold an open day at Hall Saddle. And as has already been pointed out, this will be done in collaboration with State Growth. And it is something that I think would be quite possibly a positive for us to do, so that it is included as part of the state government's strategic review. Yes, Alderman Bloomfield.
I had a question. How much of council money will we be wasting on Section 5 should we go ahead with this motion?
Yeah, look, I couldn't answer that without scoping it up and understanding what's involved. It could be little, you know, but I don't know is the answer.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? No, being none, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against?
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
In favour, Dutta, Posselt, Kitsos, Lohberger, Harvey and the Deputy.
All those against?
Zuko, Elliott, Coates, Bloomfield, Kelly. So that's carried 6-5.
That motion is carried 6-5. And now we move on to item number 21, respect and appreciation of staff. Yes, can we have somebody move that? Councillor Posselt. Yep. Can I have seconder? Councillor Lohberger. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I'll just read the crux of the motion for people watching. The motion reads that the Hobart City Council affirms the following: a sincere appreciation for staff who serve the residents and visitors of Hobart in a professional and capable manner. Respect for city officers and their unique training, expertise and knowledge that results in expert advice being provided to elected members for decision making. Recognition that city officers work to implement decisions of the council made at the strategic level, and that individual projects are a reflection of actions within the strategic documents elected members endorse. condemns commentary and debate that brings the city into disrepute, targets city officers, causes offence, or bullies or harasses any individual. And that we work with Local Government Association of Tasmania and other interested councils to develop and run a public-facing campaign to promote city officers and the expertise and qualities they bring to the city in concert with a public education campaign that promotes respectful conduct and debate in public discourse. Now, I bring this motion because sometimes I feel like our staff don't get enough credit. They don't get enough thanks, they don't get a shout out. And the staff that the City of Hobart employs is more than 700. We're a large employer in this city, and every single one of them are here working to make this city a better place. Now, that can be our administration that helps with minute taking, the council support unit, shout out to those guys who make sure we've got everything that we need to do our job. Legal and governance, HR, planners and expert advisors that work in offices. But, you know, a big shout out to the outdoor workforce that we never talk about and we never see. You know, a shout out to Rick, who picks up my bins every Wednesday morning without fail, gives us a nice toot to my 4-year-old every single Wednesday. And they all do a great job. The people that maintain our parks, the people that are greenskeepers looking after our sporting facilities, they continue to do wonderful work for us and implement decisions that we make around this table, for which we have no expertise. And that is something that I think we need to reflect upon. We all have a little bit of expertise in our own niche areas, and I respect that, as evidenced by voting for Councillor Elliott's motion on a human resources matter some time ago. But we are not engineers, we are not transport planners. If a health decision comes to me, I think I've got some credibility to talk to that. But we rely on expert advice to give us the best contemporary evidence to make our decisions, and that's what we receive day in and day out in this chamber. And the projects that come out of that expert recommendation and strategic documents that we sign off on are simply that. They are the next step in the process which we around this table have signed off on. And Collins Street Bike Lane is an example of a single project that has been signed off on so many strategic documents, it's almost hard to list them all. But going back about 15 years, we've been talking about Collins Street Bike Lanes. So officers are doing their job, and one of the most frustrating things, I think, for officers is when we decide to flip on a project that was already listed in the strategic document. We've said, hey, this is your workload, go and do that for us, and then they bring back their work and we say, actually, that's an F, go back to the drawing board. But we ask them to do it. Bit strange. The final point is that some of the discourse in the public, particularly social media comments, does affect our city officers. They are implementing the plans that this council set. Collins Street is a great example. Some of the vitriol against cyclists and against the city is just over the top. We're talking about 3 blocks of a protected bike lane. People are doing their jobs. And I think that we need to have a respectful debate that's focused on the issue, not the personalities, not the people, and not the city killing Hobart. Because that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make Hobart a vibrant, beautiful, wonderful place. So commend this motion to my colleagues around the table and look forward to hearing any stories you've got of staff doing an amazing job for you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Bloomfield. Alderman Bloomfield.
We reap what we sow. There are actually 2 elements to this which I want to address separately. The first is the city's engagement with the public, frankly, for the last number of years that I know of, before elected, was poor. The Have Your Say section had no genuine display of interest in the community's thoughts. And since our term started, I was pleased to report that we have actually improved that somewhat. But even today, how many people turned up to ask questions? That tells me that they tried every which other way to communicate with the council, didn't get anywhere, turned up tonight to ask. So we do have issue with that. And trust lost takes time to earn. And it's never enough just to be good at your job. We need great communicators and systems that support this. For instance, when we talk about lack of trust, the Scramble report I had to have sent to peer review with the support of this room because, frankly, I felt the report did not communicate appropriately, and that creates a problem with trust. And I have no doubt when that finally turns up to this room to be discussed in open, that we might actually get somewhere. But the sting in the tail with this motion is that there's an implication that we should merely accept and obey the recommendations of the staff. Frankly, we are not here to nod our heads. We are here to examine, interrogate and challenge and debate. And that is why we are here. We are here to represent different parts of the community with our different points to do that job. If you simply want to turn up and agree of everything the staff supply, why come? So, frankly, unless that part of this motion is removed, I will not be able to support this motion at all. But there's a second part to this as well, and I call this monkey see, monkey do. The 12 elected members here of this chamber have more of an impact on our community than we care to appreciate. What we might just see ourselves as debating can be seen as a completely different context by the community. And there are a number of elected members here who do things like publish who voted for and who voted against. That creates tribalism. Tribalism creates anger. Tribalism then creates the most dreadful stuff I've seen on social media, where we find our faces plastered on memes. Oh, you know, we hate Hobart, or we hate women, or we this or we that. We created that. We created that by creating tribalism, by who voted what. Frankly, who cares who voted what? We have one outcome. That is the outcome that comes from this room. I don't always support everything that comes through, and nor should I. But I don't believe I've actually ever done a who voted which way, because I know that it creates a really bad negative element within our community. We can actually choose not to do that. Any of us in this room can choose not to do that. Let's stop the polarising behaviour. And when we debate, and this one's the tougher one, we are all capable of keeping to our points and debating. But it's really important to establish and ensure that we keep our tone neither sarcastic, nor patronising, nor angry, nor accusation, I can't say it now, nor accusing. It's actually vital, because it takes away, it's demeaning the people who disagree with us. We are not here to demean each other. We are here to debate, to keep the subject at the centre of this room right there. That's what we're here to do. And debating should never be personally directed. The fact is that it is not who is actually speaking, it is what they are saying, and should be respected. And I actually truly believe that each of us is personally accountable for that community behaviour, and I urge this room to reflect and make an extra effort each meeting, each debate, each motion, so that we actually
Alderman Bloomfield, you have 30 seconds.
Almost done. Each time we have our meeting to be better with what we do. As leaders, we demonstrate to the community how to behave, and as a result, the community will reflect accordingly. You want to fix this? We do it with our own behaviour first.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, look, Acting Lord Mayor, I don't need any other elected member to advise me about what's in the Local Government Act and how I should act and not act in front of staff. Over the years, I've been on council. In particular, a new staff member comes up to me and says, Alderman Zuko, the first thing I say is, my name's Marty. Because I like to cut the chase that I'm no more superior than anybody else. Over the years, I've probably spent an absolute utter fortune on chocolates in certain departments and around the place. Had cups of tea with CEOs or in their office, and they buy Tim Tams, and sometimes I buy something else. It's called personal interaction. I don't need anybody to put a notice of motion up on how I should act with staff. But also there's the Local Government Act, which actually is very clear as to how we as elected members must act and must not act. And I'll read, a councillor in the capacity as individual councillor has the following functions: to represent the community, that's what I do. To facilitate communication with council, with the community, that's what I do. To participate in activities in the council, to undertake duties and responsibilities authorised by council. Furthermore, the councillors collectively have the following functions: develop and monitor implementation of strategic plans and budgets. So how am I, in this chamber, able to do my job as a collective if I cannot question the staff in respect of that strategic plans and budget, to determine and monitor application of policies, plans and programs? This is what the staff do. They bring them to us so we can question them on there. That's the role. That's part of what we do. Again, the effective and effective provisions of services and facilities. Again, that's what my role is. The effect of the management of assets. That's what my role is. So if I have to question a staff member, I'm not questioning that person individually as a person. I'm questioning their professionalism in their professional capacity in this chamber. And what I also have to do is the fair and equitable treatment of employees of the council. That's what I've got to do. We can do all is what is being proposed here as individual elected members in accordance to the Act. But I'll keep on going because the Act determines what I do as an elected member. I don't need anyone else or any other elected member to advise me on how I should and should not act. Because I'm the one that decided to buy the chocolates for staff. I'm the one that decided to have a cup of tea and bring my Tim Tams. I'm the one that decides if I want to say to a staff member, which I always do, my name is Marty. Please call me Marty, because that's the way I like to be. I don't need anyone to tell me how to do. Insofar as I have a responsibility in ensuring that the well-being of the staff is well protected as well. And I do that through the General Manager, the CEO. I sometimes, especially those staff that have been around for a long time, I sometimes have a nice little discussion with staff members in respect of whether it's football, whether it's the Olympics, or whether it's anything else. So my interaction with staff is on an individual personal note, and I deal with it in accordance to the Act, and I will continue to do so in accordance with the Act. I doubt very much that a professional officer in this chamber, in particular our directors, would take any questioning other than their professional advice to me as an elected member, and my questioning is in accordance with the Local Government Act. And I'm sorry, this is just politics at its lowest level.
Any further comments?
Look, I'm just getting a bit sick of these motions that are just wasting our time here as a council. Our staff in the field particularly are thanked, and I see it regularly from the public, in the press, our staff in Town Hall here as well. The fact is, our staff are some of the best paid, looked after, facilitated with the best equipment, conditions of service that I've seen anywhere in Australia. And I've worked at all levels of government, and good on them. Most of them deserve it too, and I sing their high praise regularly, as does most of the public. So to have a motion here tonight and people standing up telling us how they cheer their garbos on and that, I just find a total and utter waste of time for what we should be doing in this chamber. In my term of campaigning for this council and nearly 2 years we've been on here, I have not named one single person on social media. I'm not on most social media, rarely touch it. And to have my name and other members' names named and shamed because of the way they vote and vilified and criticised for that, I find absolutely appalling. Yeah. And I say to Councillor Posselt, practice what you preach. You're the greatest offender and hypocrite.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Point of order.
Thank you. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Point of order.
I think a valid causing of offence to me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Posselt, but I don't accept that based on the basis that it's a reasonable person's test of being offended. Thank you. Are there any other further comments?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Of course, there's large parts of this motion I wholeheartedly agree with. That we've got a lot of staff that deserve our appreciation and recognition and respect. But there is obviously an underlying message in here which is around that if we don't agree with something, we're to say nothing and we're not to challenge and we are just to nod our heads, which flies in the face completely with what our role actually is here at Council. As elected members, our role is ultimately for the governance of the organisation, and that requires asking questions. It requires challenging a situation or challenging information. And we've had multiple examples where it's been valid, the reason we've pushed for more information. I mean, you all know I'm renowned for being a dog with a bone and chasing things down. And it usually pays off. I usually find out exactly what is at the heart of things and the truth. And when it comes to bringing the council into disrepute, sometimes the council does things that bring itself into disrepute. And it just happens that the public find out about that. We've obviously had a very high-profile one later. We've had situations where multiple staff engaged in serious misconduct. Imagine if I didn't question or challenge. That misconduct would be swept away and that culture would continue on. And we would be none the wiser. But instead now, because of challenging and not just thinking, oh no, I can't ask anything, I just must nod my head and I just must take everything that I'm told as gospel. Because of that, we have an opportunity for actual improvement, actual culture change, which is desperately needed. We know what our staff culture survey results show, and we know that there's definite room for improvement, especially when it comes to continuous improvement and being risk avoidant and owning behaviours. So the data shows there's work to do, and our role as elected members is to bring about that change, to bring it to fruition. And part of that, as Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly have said, is absolutely leading by example. And I'm really pleased to see Councillor Posselt recognise the work health safety aspects and how important that is. Aggression and ridicule and demeaning language and things like that. How appalling behaviour that is. I mean, I've said multiple times about the terrible name-calling that has happened to me by multiple elected members in here. And we have a lot of work to do. I mean, yeah, so my thanks completely goes out to the staff. Most staff know how well I think of them and they thank me for their advocacy and what I do. I get stopped all the time in the street, I get messages sent to me. But it's really around this table where the work needs to be done, and that's where the reflection needs to have. When it comes to the LGAT part of this motion, I think it's redundant, but all in all, I think that this motion is probably kind of unnecessary, but I can see that it's a bit of a piggyback off what's happening in Clarence. But thanks to the staff, and let's look at our own professionalism.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak briefly on this motion. Look, while I appreciate all of our hard-working council staff, I did just want to use this opportunity to speak specifically about the council staff who support the Water Committee that I chair. They are as dedicated a group of experts as you will find anywhere. They have been really supportive of me in trying to get things done that I want done, and I've received multiple compliments for their work from our volunteer committee members. These expert staff do a great job in supporting my committee and in providing briefings and critical information about the various and numerous water-related issues that face our city. I really can't speak more highly of them, and I'll be thinking about them when I vote in support of this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Now, I take the points that's been made, And I want to look at this motion and consider the intent behind this motion. So element number 1 simply states that a sincere appreciation for staff. Now it's taken the collective staff, and the number was mentioned about 700. We are wanting to say thank you to the unseen staff who do so much work. Constantly, time and time again, I hear elected members saying thank you to directors and acting directors, constantly. But they are not the only ones who do all this hard work. And so for my understanding of this motion is that let's get behind the scene and see those whose hands are dirty, those we don't have any connection with, those we don't even know. So publicly, we're simply saying we are appreciative of what they're doing. Sometimes it's difficult for us as human beings to say thank you. But that's all I am interpreting this particular motion to be saying. Element number 2, respect for city officers and their unique training, expertise and knowledge. Now, what I'm understanding there is that already has been mentioned, if it was to do with something to do with in the area of medicine, I have very limited knowledge. I would respect my elected member, Councillor Passault, because I know he's got the training and the background, and anyone else in this area, if it comes to development, it comes to whatever area or expertise, and I do many times support that. And that's all I'm interpreting, that's all, that we are simply saying thank you to these people. Element number 3, recognition that city work implement decision of the council made at the strategic level, etc. Now, there is no way we will sit here as individual members and not challenge, question, and critically look at what's given to us. That's our role. And we will continue to do that. And I continue to do that. I will ask questions, I will criticize, I will also speak against any elected member if he or she brings a motion and it's weak. I will, and I've done it. But I will never attack that particular person. And I challenge any elected member in this council to tell me that I have condemned you personally. I will attack your points, and I will do that again today. And you will see I will do that in these motions. But that does not mean I'm attacking the person. You need to separate the two. And that's all I think this is what's happening. Element number 4 condemns commentary and debate that brings the city into disrepute. Now, again, it is in the code of conduct. And all what we are trying to do to ourselves, if we do that, then we have the mechanism in place to go through the code of conduct. And if the person is found guilty, we know what happens. There is a mechanism already. And here, all what I'm trying to understand is that let's be aware of that, because there has been a negative feedback out there, a negative perception by the community. And by doing this, we're simply putting a positive outlook to that. And number 5, the last one, I'm not in favor of it, but I see the logic of it. And if it is going to support something, I will do that. Thank you very much.
Any further comments? No, I might just say a few words on this particular motion. Thank you very much for the comments made by various different aldermen and councillors around the table. And I do agree with some of the points that Councillor Elliott has said, and I'll just run through them. Number 1, we need to look at our own professionalism. Number 2, we probably need to refrain from ridicule and demeaning and name-calling of other councillors and aldermen. And number 3, she stated that work needs to be done around the table and we have our own reflection. I think the sentiments of those are wonderful. I look forward to, after this council meeting, to see if this will be put into effect, to see that we are acting professionally, that we don't ridicule, demean or name-call, that we support each other and reflect the decisions that we have been made. In fact, I would look forward to the motions that are put forward at this council meeting, whether they ridicule, demean or name call. I think that's really important, because we do have to practice what we preach. I would also like to reiterate the comments that Councillor Dutta made, that we all of us around this table, it is our role. It is our role to criticise, it is our role to challenge, not only with the reports that we have, but the status quo, for the information that we've received, for the data and the evidence that's produced. But yes, we shouldn't really drag staff into the debate when we question. It's imperative. We ask questions about the evidence, we ask questions about the data. So I think it's really important, some of the things that have been said, and I look forward sincerely, wholeheartedly, to actually see that these actions are put into effect and not just words around the table. I'd now like to put that motion. All those in favour, say aye. All those against?
No.
Please raise your hands. All those in favour?
Dutta, Purcell, Kitsos, Lohberger, Harvey and the Deputy, the Acting Lord Mayor, sorry, and the noes.
Thank you. And those against?
Zuko, Elliott, Coates, Bloomfield and Kelly. That's 6-5 carried.
That motion is carried 6-5. We will now move on to the next motion, which is item number 22, addressing council values. Alderman Bloomfield. Please have somebody to move that. Alderman Bloomfield, moved by you, seconded by Councillor Coates. Thank you.
I'd like to move this motion. I won't read it out mostly because I don't know how much voice I've got left tonight. But I really wanted to point out ultimately that I feel our council is at a crossroads. Recently at a special meeting where a public apology had to be made to Councillor Elliott, there was a door to change opened, and frankly we need to pick up and walk on through. It's bad enough to find our staff throughout the hierarchy had conspired to engage in discriminating behaviour against an elected member. But consider further that we also have a damning report suggesting that First Nations people also don't consider this organisation to be culturally safe. And consider again that this room also voted recently to suggest that women going through a normal ageing process are actually considered to be less, so much less they actually need to have a support person in order to be able to conduct ordinary workplace relations within this organisation. Why is this the only medical condition that's singled out for consideration in this organisation? Imagine if we dared suggest any male-related ageing condition. Or what if the Nepalese or Chinese communities decided that was just not culturally safe for them? At what point are we going to actually look up and go, geez, I think we've got something wrong? So it was really to say that when I see Hobart respects all as our motto, I want it to mean something. And I don't want First Nations people to feel small when they work with us. And I don't want older women humiliated with posters on the wall, as per this motion that was passed by this room, suggesting they are less capable than anyone else in the council. I don't want to see another elected member be treated as less than anyone else for merely having a view outside the standard narrative. Because next time, it could be one of you. And I ask that we all find the maturity to reset this place with an apology and to ask that a report to be drawn up to recommend the appropriate changes that will allow the improvements needed to create a better wellbeing overall for our community.
Further comments? Councillor Dutta.
Acting Lord Mayor, through you, I have questions to ask. And the first question is, in the rationale it states that it is noted there have been multiple instances recently where Hobart Council has been reported to have either directly engaged in discrimination. Now, could the CEO or the appropriate director please give me information with regards to these multiple instances where this discrimination has happened?
CEO?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I can only really talk to the one matter which has been well documented in terms of staff involvement in respect of direct discrimination. That's mentioned in the report here, and again, that's the one that I'm aware of.
Just a follow-up question through you, Chair. Would Alderman Bloomfield please give me at least 3 instances where this discrimination has happened, examples of, and evidence of that?
Alderman Bloomfield?
I could point out I sent an email in recent weeks to the CEO stating that should this motion that was passed earlier regarding the whole point of older women being humiliated regarding ordinary process of ageing, that I would be considering seriously a discrimination. That would be one. Secondly, we have already heard tonight several instances, plus I've had emails today stating, and in fact wasn't there earlier, a person talking tonight, talking about the discrimination they felt regarding the people who are unable to ride bikes, that people were unable to negotiate according to our traffic strategy, and they felt very much put upon. And then how much further would you like to go than to have an organisation say they feel culturally unsafe? Do you want that to go to discrimination? Or should we just wait until older women who feel they have been maligned for being older, but are simply considered, even though there is no evidence that they are in fact less at their job, to find themselves now being treated as less? Discrimination means things like if you have it held up that you need support for simply being older, that you may well easily now be overlooked for promotion.
Yes, Councillor Dutta.
It is inappropriate because the question is evidence. That's all the question is saying. Give me 3 evidence of discrimination. That's all I'm asking for.
Can I assist?
Sorry, excuse me, Alderman Zucker. Can I rule on the point of order, please? As is procedure, is that okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll rule on that point of order. My ruling being that Alderman Bloomfield, just if you could, the evidence I think that you've provided is substantial in terms of your perspective on that. Was there anything else you wanted to add in terms of the evidence, or you were going to close out on that?
So you want to see the emails? Shall we go back through the film to see the people speaking tonight? And we have Councillor Elliott's case. How many cases would we like to talk about here? I find it quite strange that we're saying what, because there's not one currently in court, that it doesn't exist? Or shall I drag up the actual emails and supply evidence?
Thank you, Alderman Bloomfield. Yes, Alderman.
Sorry, just a follow-up question, yes. Acting Lord Mayor. The Hobart City Council is not considered a culturally safe place for Aboriginal people. Can I have a bit more clarification and context to this, please? Because I'm not very sure.
Alderman Bloomfield, would you like to answer that?
That was in a workshop and a work paper. So, and they were precisely the words quoted. Thank you.
Through you, can I ask the CEO if he would provide a clarification with regards to that statement that was mentioned at the workshop?
CEO?
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. So, yes, look, I was at the workshop and have been engaging with our staff and with the consultants that are preparing the Aboriginal Commitment Action Plan. I think the point being made is councils, by their nature in terms of their traditions, the European focus, the colonial focus, a lot of the rooms that we have, probably this one aside, because this one provides balance between Aboriginal reference and the colonial reference, where a lot of the council rooms don't, and that was the point that was being made, is a lot of the traditions, the way that councils are decorated, the way that we present are still quite European and colonial in nature, and that the point is that to be a safe place for Aboriginals, that needs to be sort of more welcoming of a broader range of cultures, and certainly that's why we are developing the Aboriginal Code Plan, so that we are working to address that over time. But the fact remains, we're an aged institution that needs to keep moving. So,
thank you, Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, look, just a couple of questions. Unfortunately, the new CEO may not be able to answer this. Can maybe Mr. Noy, who was an acting CEO at one time, might be able to answer this. Sorry to do this to you, CEO, but on how many occasions did the former and current Director of Local Government come and brief the Hobart City Council in respect of matters over the last 2 years? Can anyone answer that?
Point of order. Just on
So what's your point of order?
on relevance, can Alderman Zuko be specific to what he's asking? He's asked for...
Oh, yes, I'll be specific.
Alderman Zuko, can I just rule on that point of order?
Sorry, I'll apologise.
That's okay. Yes, I think that's a point of relevance, if you could be specific.
Yes, I'm referring to one point, referring to a council notice of motion put up by Councillor Dutta on the 12th of the 12th, 22. That was only one point. Would you like me to keep on going?
Would you like me to respond?
Yes, please,
sorry,
Councillor
thank you. The
Posselt.
point of order just relates to you asking how many times the Director of Local Government has come and briefed the council, which is a very broad question. I'm asking you to be more specific as to what you want answered.
Well, has the Director of Local Government, the previous and the current Director of Local Government, come and sat down with the elected members behind closed doors and advised the elected members that certain things shouldn't be happening in this council, in particular motions that came up to council on the 12th of the 12th, 2022? Can anyone answer that? It's all right, Mr. Noy, you don't have to. Okay? And no disrespect, but there is another matter of discrimination, not against an elected member. It'll be here behind closed doors in August. I can't mention too much more because it's a closed matter. So there are other things that are happening that have happened in this chamber that some elected members, some particular new ones, don't understand what's been going on. The Director of Local Government, I've never seen in my 32 years come into this council in the past 2 years, 2 directors, looking at the way this council has been behaving since November 2022. We have wasted an absolute utter fortune in legal fees dealing with a number of issues that we shouldn't have been dealing with. And again, I want to apologise to our CEO. He has had to bear the brunt of all this. But people want to not accept that there's been discrimination in this council over the last 2 years. They don't want to accept that elected members have been attacked in this chamber over the last 2 years. They don't want to accept that 2 directors of local government haven't been and wrapped us over the knuckles a number of times here. And you want me to be specific? Maybe I think Councillor Posselt needs to go and sit down with the Director of Local Government to be reminded what's happened here in the past 2 years. I think it's time that we all started showing a bit more respect for each other. You know what? I could get onto Twitter and X and all that and go to town on elected members as well. But I don't. I can recall when I did make a post online in regards to a matter that happened on the bridge. I rectified it within 30 seconds. But the thing is, I haven't made a comment since on local on.
Point of order.
Did I mention your name?
What's the point of order?
On relevance.
Relevance of what? What's the specific comment?
The relevance of the interaction on a bridge or something to do with the motion that we're talking about in front of us. I don't see any link whatsoever.
About not mentioning anybody's name, the comment itself is not relevant to this particular motion. If you could just kindly move on, I'd appreciate that.
It is relevant. It's got
Were you challenging my ruling?
Yes, I am, and I'll tell you why. Because Councillor Kelly mentioned the aspects of social media. Correct or incorrect? And I'm referring to social media.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Well, its relevance to social media. I did a post on social media. Councillor Kelly, did you mention social media?
Councillor Kelly hasn't spoken yet, to my understanding.
You mentioned it in the last debate.
So I'm just going to rule again. I'm going to rule again, and like I've said, it's irrelevant. You can only challenge a point of order made by the chair if it's on procedural grounds, according to the Act, and it is not. So I'd like you to move on, please. Thank you.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
It doesn't change the fact that this council has been basically under investigation by the local government office. If people don't want to believe it, don't believe it, but we have been. The Director of Local Government, this one here and the previous one, as I'll restate, has been to this council at least 3 times that I know of and sat us down and discussed serious issues with us. Unfortunately, our CEO has had to deal with all this. So let's stop trying to put things under the carpet and not understand that there has been things happening in this council, because the start of it was the motion on the 12th of 12th, 2022, and there's been other things since. We've had already a number of matters in front of the Anti-Discrimination Commission. We've had the Ombudsman write to this council and absolutely scathe it. So if we don't want to start accepting the reality, then maybe we all should just keep on putting our head in the sand and saying this is not really happening. Well, it's happening. And in my 32 years of being in this chamber, I've never seen the state how this council has been in the last 2 years. And I want to make this point, and I made this point to the CEO. I can recall an elected member sitting in that spot. We were debating a planning matter. We actually, a number of us went a little bit over the top with the chair of planning. The chair of planning walked out of this chamber in tears because we were debating the issue, but the chair of planning got upset about what was said. It wasn't directed at the chair. The very next meeting...
Yes, Councillor Posselt, what's the point of order?
Again, on relevance, this is not any material that is covered in the motion.
Yes, I'll accept that point of order. Alderman Zuko, if you could please move on, as it is irrelevant to the particular motion.
I'll change it.
About culture.
It's about culture. It's in there. People just don't want to understand, get the truth and the facts. I'll change it in this way. A number of elected members sometimes may say things that upset other elected members or even staff. The biggest challenge is to a person is...
You have 30 seconds, Alderman Zuko.
Yes, I'll have an extra 2 minutes now, seeing I got interrupted. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Coates, seconded by Councillor Elliott. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Alderman Zuko.
In my time here, I've been one of the first people that if I had seen something that was inappropriate, I would say something. I remember in the chamber when an elected member got what I feel unfairly treated. I'm trying to find the word so I don't get interrupted with a point of order. The very next council meeting, I stood up in the chamber and sincerely apologised on my behalf, even though I wasn't the person. I apologised on behalf of the council. And a month ago, I apologised to the CEO on behalf of myself and the council. And I think some people have got to start taking responsibility for their own actions. Now, certain elected members want to keep on the triad of going to town on Facebook, Annex and whatever have you. I'll start getting involved again. Now, I've sat back and decided to let it go, and I've let it go thus far. Right? That's my warning.
Councillor Harvey.
Deputy, look, we've got 5 notices of motion on the books tonight. In my time, I've been here since 2007, give or take a year or so, and I've never seen so many notices of motion in my life. We had one session here where we had 10 notices of motions, I think, on one night.
Point of order, Deputy Lord Mayor, on relevance, we used to have fortnightly meetings.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the point of order?
The meetings were fortnightly, so you can't compare apples with oranges.
Thank you, Councillor Coates. I'll rule on that if that's okay, Councillor Harvey. I will accept that point of order. If you could just move on, thank you.
Notices of motion are bringing the council down as far as I can see. We have 5 tonight, and that's 5 too many as far as I'm concerned. Councils don't run by notices of motion. They run by sticking to the agenda, and I'm going to vote against this notice of motion, and I'm not happy with the next 2 after that as well, because I think we're wasting a lot of time. And the other point I'd like to make is we've got to get over our codes of conduct. And even though it's irrelevant, I'm going to point of order myself here. It's irrelevant. Rule on me? No. Because we're wasting a lot of time here. I was focused on the agenda tonight, not the notices of motions. And I'm really sick of it. And we've got to have a bit of discipline amongst ourselves to not bring them forward.
Sorry, if you could cease talking. Yes, Alderman Zuko. Alderman Bloomfield, what's your point of order?
Councillor Bill Harvey, we were actually discussing apologising and discrimination, and well, it's relevance. We're discussing discrimination. This is a holistic agenda debate here.
What political what particular comment was irrelevant?
The discussion about the agenda as a whole, when we actually are discussing this motion in front of us. Councillor Harvey's argument has no relevance at all, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that point of order. I do not accept that because it's his opinion with regards to that holistic view and how it relates to this motion.
And thank you. And what I'm arguing here is these notices of motion don't need to be brought. They're brought for reasons, and I don't want to, we don't need to discuss the reasons why they're brought, but it's holding us back from doing the work that we need to do, which is focusing on the reports that come before us and the main objectives of the council. I think we need to start thinking about it really carefully. Do we need to bring notices of motions to council? These are not hugely important notices of motion tonight. They're people's views that they want to express in the chamber, and I think we need a bit more discipline to say, well, we don't need this many notices of motions because they're not that pertinent to the running of the council. I understand this is a cultural thing, but we create the culture, and constant notices of motions create a certain culture in the council. Okay, so what I'm arguing is we need to just back off a bit with our notices of motion. I know you've got the right to bring a notice of motion whenever we feel it, but I think we need to just be really careful that we don't continue this. We've only been here 20 months for this term of council. We've still got 2 years and a bit to get through. And I don't want to think that every month we have endless debate over notices of motion and we neglect some of the items on the agenda because we're focused on the notices of motion. So that's my contribution. I'd like to think we can roll back or stop and be a bit more disciplined with our notices of motion. I don't think they add value to the council, and I think they waste a lot of time.
Any further comments? Councillor Coates? Councillor Kitsos?
So that is December 22.
Speak across the chamber, please. Thank you. The next person to speak was Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you. Look, when I sit here in the chamber and I hear this kind of debate, I hope that you can all hear the contradictory statements that are coming from different people, sometimes the same people, over the same notice of motion, and I scratch my head about being lectured to about respect while I feel like I'm being berated at the same time. You know, we've had people in this room tonight talk about, let's stop the polarising behaviour. And yet this notice of motion does nothing except dig up issues that have already been brought to the chamber and voted on. In my mind, our role here today with this particular notice of motion is to vote on whether we think it's valid. And to me, it's poorly written, poorly thought out, and it's a very poor example of an essay. If this was an essay submitted to any kind of educational institution, it would be a fail. It is titled Council's Values. It's not titled Discrimination, nor does it talk wholly about discrimination, nor tie those together with any kind of evidence-based approach. We're talking about broad discrimination, cultural safety of Aboriginal people, menopause and a governance review, all under this loose title of values, which is doing nothing but prompting people to speak about issues that have been raised in the past, not the issues that are at hand. So if we are all in earnest trying to move forward and change the culture, then I suggest that we stop behaving this way around the table right now and lead this example. I have confidence in our new CEO to bring about cultural change without this motion. Let the healing take place for the things that have already occurred. Stop the division and stop reactivating these issues that have already been voted on. Thank you.
Any further commentary? Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, some of what's in here naturally is referring to things that we've discussed previously or in the past. But that's not to suggest that we've discussed all of this in a formal council setting. You know, it's funny, sometimes they say the best way to read an essay is to go to the conclusion at the end, right, and read that, or the synopsis when they provide it. And I think, you know, if you go to the bottom of the rationale, as Alderman Bloomfield's put in, you know, the motion asks that we note the current situation that we as a council find ourselves in. We apologise and ask the report to come back recommending any changes so it doesn't occur going forward. Now, if we weren't given anything else and we'd come to this essay and just read the final thing, you'd think, okay, some bad stuff's happened, we need to recognise that, you know, let's just apologise and move forward and make sure it doesn't occur again, right? That all makes sense to me. I then look, you know, and you look at the administrative response, and clearly the organisation, and I commend the CEO and the staff for the work, and I think Councillor Kitsos has mentioned this as well, but, you know, they're aware there have been issues in culture, and they've outlined a whole series of activities that they're seeking to do. And look, no matter what happens to this motion, in some ways, the fact that information is being provided there can provide us with a level of comfort that the organisation is taking this seriously. And then we sort of look to the nuts and bolts, I guess, of what's formally being noted here and what's being asked for. I think if we are going to highlight that there's been failures around our governance and our control over inclusivity and discrimination and failures in culture, I think it is fair that we call on staff to provide a report and come back to us. We know we're going through a governance review at the moment. We know, as we can see, that the organisation's putting in a whole bunch of strategies. So, you know, now is probably the time to do this. I think it does make sense. When it comes to the calling on and for the apology and allowing this to happen, I mean, that's, in some ways I agree, that happened at the special meeting report to an extent, but that only dealt with one issue. You know, I can remember, because I was relatively young but old enough to be engaged, and you know, the debate that happened around the sorry debate. And once it sort of happened, the debate, you know, it sort of finished. It did put a line in the sand. I was shocked the other day when we heard that we have members of a community that don't consider this a safe cultural space for them. I'm not here to judge that statement. You know, I'm not a member of their community, but it was shocking to hear, and I would like to think as an organisation we can say, well, we're sorry to hear that. We're sorry that this isn't a safe place for you. We're not judging others and saying it's not a safe place for everyone. You know, but it sometimes those little acts and those words and doing it actually does make sense. And look, because I'm on the Healthy Hobart Committee, and I don't profess any expertise around medical conditions, but in preparation for doing that program, I did have reason to go through the sort of menopausal proposal that the council is engaging in. And look, it referenced a council in the UK that didn't in the end pass the motion. It referenced a Senate inquiry that, if you look at the 181 submissions, including the 4 from Tasmanian organisations, you know, none of them talk about having a champion and getting out and talking about this publicly. You know, and so, look, whether I agree with it or not, clearly there is an elected member who felt that that was a relatively targeted and pointed thing. And I think within the context, when you've got people coming in workshops and saying it's not culturally safe space, when we've got formal motions on agendas talking about the fact that the organisation's engaged in discrimination, when we've got elected members that we don't have to agree with them, but we've got elected members saying they're not comfortable with some of the topics that are being discussed here, you know, I think it is fair to say, well, hold on a second, let's just collectively just say, look, we're sorry that these people are feeling these things. You know, put a line in the sand, apologise and say, look, let's seek to fix it going forward. You know, we're not going to be able to go back and retrawl over all the previous stuff that's happened and all that, but you know, we do need to probably have the ability to just, you know, take that breath, take that moment. And it may not bring comfort to me, it may not bring comfort to others, but it might bring, thank you. It may well bring comfort to some. And you know, if someone mentions to us in a workshop that they don't consider it a safe place and they would be uncomfortable working at the City of Hobart, you know, it might just bring them comfort to hear that us as an organisation has actually heard that, we've responded to that. You know, I think it is reasonably, but quite appropriate that this motion sort of before us. You know, it's not to suggest that we all have to agree with that person, but I think it is a fair response. Could I just have an extension, please? Just 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. That's moved by Councillor Coates and seconded by Alderman Bloomfield. How many minutes was it?
3 minutes.
Councillor Posselt. Sorry, did I say? Sorry.
Yes. Sorry? 2 minutes, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. And so, look,
We'll just vote on that, if that's okay.
Oh, yep.
Yep. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, look, you know, in some ways, maybe this motion wouldn't have occurred if all these things hadn't happened very close together. But I think it is fair to acknowledge that they have. My default position, if someone tells me that they feel like they've been discriminated against, you know, my instinct is to believe them, right? And then look to, well, how can we help? What can we do? When we have people coming and telling us they don't feel safe in this environment, okay, we believe them. Let's go forward. So I think it is, if you, at the end of the day, you know, if you go to the end, if you go to that thing, what does it ask? This asks that we note the situation, done. We apologise, done. And we ask for a report to come back. And we know that they're doing it as part of a governance review, but I think just having this discussion does put it on the agenda of officers. As I said, at the very least, we can see that they've got all this work being done at the staff level. And I think then it's up to us to sort of go, well, okay, how do we feed that back up at the higher level? So, you know, I don't see anything wrong with this motion. I think clearly the provenance of this motion and why it's coming through is because of circumstances that have occurred. But I think, you know, we can easily take the path of giving people who, for whatever reason, aren't comfortable with the actions of the City of Hobart, just that little bit of comfort and saying, yep, we acknowledge, we apologise, we're going to seek to look at our governance and how we can hopefully have this not occur again. You know, done, that's it. And so, look, I would urge members to support it. I think it's fair that it's here, and I don't particularly see anything wrong with it. Thanks.
Any further comments? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. This motion's here because we have a problem. It wouldn't be here if we didn't. And I do feel for the staff having to put up with this, but it's really important that we get to the heart of this issue. And I do hope we are actually at rock bottom, because I don't want to see us get any lower. But I am concerned because some of the things that, well, a lot of the signs and words I hear around the table, whether it's the multiple points of order or talking about notice of motions being a problem, they are signs to me that we still haven't learnt. There's still people in this room that are in denial that we have a problem around being actually inclusive and actually being welcoming, because points of order and debates around notice of motion, they're ways to silence people and to shut people down. That's what it's about. And
Point of order?
Yes. Councillor Posselt, what's the point of order?
There is on relevance.
So what's the comment that was irrelevant?
Points of orders are raised under the standing meeting procedures. They are not used to silence people and they are ruled upon accordingly. It's misinformation and not relevant.
While I agree with that commentary, I think what Councillor Elliott was trying to show is in response to some of the other comments that had been made around the table in her capacity as councillor with regards to that opinion of comments that were made. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm not really listening. I'm just waiting to talk again. It's funny with points of order.
Sorry, did you want me to rule on the point of order?
Oh, yeah, go for it. Yep. Please rule on the point of order.
So would you like to hear my reasoning for the point of order?
I'll just, when you're ready to I can talk again, then I'll talk.
I'll let you know what the point of order was. My ruling is that it was your opinion and therefore it was not irrelevant. So I've ruled on that point of order.
Right now? Okay, thank you for proving my point again. No, we have a massive problem, and Councillor Dutter's question around give me the 3 examples, I think highlighted just how in the dark this council is, because I can give you 3 examples. Of course, there's my case. There's another case of discrimination, which is at the TASCAT level. There is another case of discrimination, which is at the EOT level and was recently went to TASCAT, where I had the DILGA report successfully summoned and read all 53 pages of it, including the transcripts of all of the interviews. And I can't go into detail, but Councillor Dutton, I can assure you we have 3 very recent 2 active discrimination complaints. We have a big problem. And the biggest problem is that 6 out of 12 of us, in my opinion, don't even realise we have a problem. So we're at day 0. We're hardly even down the path because the first path of even getting there is awareness. Instead, we have 6 points of orders. Hobart respects all. I laughed out loud when I saw that signs out the front. What an absolute joke. It does not. Welcoming and Inclusive Committee. I looked at the notes the other day on that and my name's in there. Talking about the legal case, so I'm being discussed at this Welcoming Inclusive Committee. How ironic. And I asked the chair for if they could elaborate on what was discussed, and instead of getting elaboration, I mean out of courtesy for when your name's being discussed behind closed doors, the chair, the acting deputy mayor, just regurgitated the minutes back to me and didn't shed any light on it at all. We can't move forward while there is denial of the issue. In addition to the 3 discrimination matters, only which of one is resolved, I've got a 20-something page bullying complaint currently lodged with the Office of Local Government, EOT and Work Health Safety. 6 out of 12 of you appear in it because of the bullying that I have sustained by this council since being elected, because I have a different view on some matters. Yes, including you, Councillor Posselt. And it needs to stop. I will, of course, fight back. If people are unfair to me, I will not just take it, in case you haven't noticed. I will fight back. But we need to actually start being properly welcoming and inclusive, rather than trying to shut down debate, with points of order being a classic example, and whining about motions on the agenda, because motions are a way that we can bring things to the table and address them.
Any further comments? Yes, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, to address the actual motion in front of us rather than the more broad brush approach taken by some, I just wanted to...
Sorry, Councillor Kelly.
Nothing, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please continue, Councillor Posselt.
Yes, thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Point 4 says that note how there have been direct motions singling people out for different treatment due to health conditions, and that menopause is a personal private matter that staff shouldn't have to talk to their employer about. I just had a question, which was that did the motion of the last council meeting actually ask for what is written in this motion? Because I don't believe this is an accurate reflection of what we voted upon.
CEO.
Look, I would need to take that on note. I haven't got the motion in front of me to be able to, and clearly we can get it if it's if it's necessary.
I reckon a beer would be better.
That'd be great.
Thank you, CEO. Look, there's some nuance in it, but as I recall, I spoke passionately about the importance and how pleased I was to see menopause being discussed in so publicly like this. And I continue, as a healthcare worker, this being a health-related issue, to strongly support the notion of bringing things to the light that are in the dark. That could be miscarriage, that could be menopause. In my workplace, it's PTSD, and if you walk into any ambulance station, fire station or police station, you will see promotional posters promoting workplace health, safety and peer support programs to support those who have suffered psychological trauma as a result of their jobs. Now, in this instance, all we talk about for our menopause motion of the last council meeting was providing support. Quite subtle support that we are a workplace that recognise.
Point of order.
Councillor Coates.
Look, on relevance, it actually called for a champion. It called for a pledge. It also, it was a very public campaign that it was calling for.
The point of order is
on relevance. It's
of the comment.
It's misrepresenting your motion.
Sorry, what was the particular comment that Councillor Posselt said that was irrelevant?
He said all that motion was doing was calling for a support campaign and promotional, posters and whatever.
Yes, I think that's a correct.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what the motion was.
Accurate reflection. Please continue, Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. And I would note that you were the person that brought the motion, so know it very well, in fact. And look, bringing these things to light just provides support for people who want to take it up. It's not saying that anybody is less, as Alderman Bloomfield puts it. It's saying, hey, if you need a helping hand, there's people who have some expertise, who are willing to talk to you and sit down and have a cuppa. We all get behind. I think we all get behind Speak Up and Stay Chatty. And this is actually linked. Menopause can be linked to depression as associated with the side effects, and it's the same. It's Speak Up and Stay Chatty. Talk about it. Bring these things to the light. It's really important that we do that, and it really dismays me to see this item singled out in the next council meeting because we already took a decision on it. So if we want to be cyclical and go around and around and around in circles...
Point of order. It wasn't the next council meeting. That's misrepresentation. Misrepresentation. It wasn't the next council meeting. We passed this in May. The next council meeting was June.
Thank you very much for that. I think he's actually referring to cyclical being a cycle in terms of how we bring things to the council, not just it was directly straight after. Is that correct, Councillor Posselt?
Look, certainly, if it was 2 meetings ago, it doesn't matter. It's about we've taken a decision. Let's respect the decision and move on.
So I'll just rule on that point of order then after your clarification. I uphold Councillor Coates's comments. Thank you. If you could just move on.
Yes, no problem. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that, Councillor Coates. It's really disappointing to see it come forward, especially when it was something that came from the heart, from a woman who saw an opportunity for us to do better. And it's quite unbelievable to see it again, to be honest. The only other thing that I would point out in relation to the way that debate has been carried out on this item this evening is that there are members around this council that have publicly called for us to be sacked. And I am, gathering that there is... Yeah, thank you, Alderman Zuko, for raising your hand.
I'm honest.
Excuse me, Councillor Alderman Zuko, please. No, could you please not interrupt? Thank you.
I didn't interrupt.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Did you
No point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. So I think it's really important that we view the comments taken in this evening's debate that have reflected so poorly upon this council and the city which we serve and its residents in the context of an active campaign of an elected member to have us all sacked. I think it's really important that we call that out, and that calling for us to be sacked is just totally off what is reasonable. So, take the debate as it is, but as my previous motion noted, I have faith in the staff and I want to see the positive and the light and look forward to building a better future for tomorrow and not continue to see motions like this brought before this council.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, Alderman Zuko.
Could, through you to Councillor Posselt, can he please advise me how he voted on the notice of motion on the 12th of the 12th, 2022?
Take that on notice.
Thank you.
Right, take it on notice. Thank you.
Are there any further comments, questions? Yes, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wanting to address this motion before us. And I do want to begin by making some introductory comments. And the comments are that, with regards to point of order, we have the right under the meeting procedures to bring that up. And then the chair rules. There's nothing wrong with that. The chair will rule, and then we have to accept the ruling. That's a procedural thing that we have for the conduct of the business. So I don't see any problems with that. If a particular person wants to bring it up, that's fine. If you want to then judge the motivation behind that, you are trying to stop him speaking, that's a different issue. For me, that is quite acceptable. Point number 2 in my introductory comment is that reference has been made to 12th December motion. Now, the fact is, you need to read the whole thing in its context to understand. If you don't do that, then you have a distorted view of this whole thing. Now,
Point of order.
Yes,
That's reference to me. I don't have a distorted view.
Alderman Zuko, there was no reference made specifically to you.
No, I'm the one that actually brought up the 12th and 12th motion tonight. I am the only one that's brought that up. So it is reference to me.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta's comments were that the motions should be read holistically. He did not refer to any particular alderman or councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The point I was making that, if we don't look at the holistic approach and the whole information, sometimes, bits of information can give us a different perception and we make a different judgment. That's the comment I'm making. However, the elements of this particular motion, 1, 2, 3, basically looks at discrimination. And I have been writing things here as I've been listening. And this is what I want to say. It is my position that our organisation, the Hobart City Council, should be steadfast in its commitment to diversity, equity and inclusion. We condemn, as an organisation, all forms of discrimination, including, but not limited to, racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, ageism and discrimination based on religion, ethnicity or any other characteristics. We recognize as an organization that discrimination can take many forms, including microaggressions, bias, and systematic inequality. As an organization, we are dedicated to creating a safe and inclusive environment for everyone, and we will take prompt and appropriate action to address any incidents of discrimination that may occur. We are committed to fostering a culture of respect, of empathy and understanding, and we will work tirelessly to promote equity and inclusion. Even if we as elected members don't see eye to eye on everything, as we don't on many occasions, I will continue to defend my colleagues' right to express themselves and they be treated fairly. The evidence presented to us with regards to the special council meeting with regards to Councillor Louise Elliott, for me, that was unacceptable and it must be condemned. I didn't have the opportunity on that night to say I condemn it. There was evidence for me to say it was wrong and we collectively must take that stand, and I do tonight. But the CEO apologized. He apologized, and that was the purpose for that particular meeting. Now, unfortunately, some members walked out, and we were not able to then fully debate that particular motion. The culture is about operational habits and legacy of staff. And since those people have left the organization, but this particular discrimination, in my understanding and view, is not against me as an elected member. Once that is brought against me and I'm found to be guilty, I will wholeheartedly apologize. Now, the other element of this particular motion talks about the Aboriginal people, that they have been culturally discriminated. Now, it is my understanding, again, the question I asked, please give me an example. Now, the example given and the clarification by the CEO, and my understanding is correct, that it was in the context of a building, of a room, where it's more colonial, as it were. Here, it is more cultural, First People with those two
You have 30 seconds.
May I have an extension of 3 minutes, please? Thank you.
Yes, moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Alderman Zuko for 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's what Coates have got, so it's fair.
For,
3 minutes.
For 3 minutes.
Second,
Moved by
He
Councillor
asked 2
Posselt.
minutes. I'm asking 3 minutes.
Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just put that to vote. All those in favour?
No.
All those against?
No.
Please, by raise of hands. All those in favour?
All those in favour, I'm seeing Dutta, Elliott, Coates, Purcell, Kitsos, Lohberger, Bloomfield, Harvey, and the acting Mayor.
All those against?
Zuko and Kelly, so it's 9-2.
That is carried 9-2. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Chair. So the point I was making, that it's my understanding that it was discrimination in that particular sense, in that particular context. That is my understanding. Now, I was asking for evidence, like it was presented to us with regards to Councillor Kelly. If there was any evidence that will convince me, I must condemn it, and I haven't received that. That's the point I was trying to make. Then you move on to element 4. Now, for me, that particular motion on menopause, by promoting staff for employees going through menopause, I believe employers can demonstrate care for employees' well-being. They can foster a culture of inclusivity and diversity. They can improve employee retention and engagement. They can enhance productivity and performance and showcase their commitment to supporting employees during the significant aspect or development or passing of that stage. Now, the point has been made, and I am not inclined nor professional in that area, but it is my understanding for a bit of research that I've done, that the question, does menopause mean it's an end of a personal identity? And I'm looking at it from a psychological point of view, because that is my only area of expertise. Now, menopause does not mean an end to your personal identity. Menopause is a natural biological transition in a woman's life, marking the end of her reproductive years, while it may bring significant emotional and physical changes. A person's personal identity encompasses various aspects such as personality, values, beliefs, interests, passions, life experiences, relationships, and it goes on and on. And so therefore, let me conclude by saying this, that parts of this motion, 1, 2, and 3, if there are evidence, I will support and I will condemn, which I have done. But looking at the motion in its totality, I find that there are generalizations, there are illegalities, and therefore I will have difficulty supporting that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any further comments, questions? Alderman Bluefield, would you like to sum up?
Well, we didn't manage to make one single motion, did we, before we had the personal attack on my wording. We're not here to write essays for English. We are here to simply put forward motions. So I'm really quite disappointed, to be honest. And to give you all a real-life example. Sorry, the voice is really going now. I've tried to explain gently that when you want to talk about menopause when you've had no personal experience of it, when you want to talk and say that women don't feel humiliated and put down by discovering that they're going to have pictures and things on the wall around their workplace. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's fine. I will put this to you. Imagine if I had put forward a motion to promote male independence. Let's have Captain Penis. Let's have him on the wall, shall we? How would you feel then as a male? Would you feel humiliated? Would you be thinking, my goodness, do they know? How do you think they'd feel? Well, that's exactly the same as what any older female would feel when they get judged for being older. Because when you go through that moment, when you realise you can no longer have children, your entire way of viewpoint of world changes. Now, I appreciate there are probably only 2 of us in this room who would actually understand what that means. And frankly, I do not wish it on anyone kindly, because it's really quite an awful point of your life. And to know that your workplace is going to have it echoed throughout, because that's what we do, is simply not good enough. And to then find that the First Nations people will also have very politely said to you, this is something that's really not particularly great, that we don't feel culturally appreciated or safe here. And you're just going to go, oh, just walk on by, doesn't matter. Well, you know what? Since women are so much less and we need to be humiliated by this room, guess what I might do next time? I think we might
Alderman
be welcoming
Bluefield, that's going to be time soon. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please put
the motion.
that motion, please? All those in favour? All those against?
No.
By way of hands, please. All those in favour?
Right. Zuko, Kelly. Sorry. So hands again going. So Zuko, Elliott, Coates, Bloomfield, Kelly.
All those against?
Dutta, Passelt, Kitsos, Lohberger, Harvey, and the acting. That's 6-5.
That motion is lost 6-5. It is now just a little bit past 8:10. I would now like to break for dinner, and perhaps we can be back by 8:30. That's 20 minutes. 8:30. Thank you very much. you could please be seated and we'll commence. Thank you very much. We are now on to item number 23, which is Save UTAS Signage Franklin Square. And Councillor Eddett, you're going to move that?
Yes, I'll move the motion, but then I'll...
Can I have somebody second it, please? Thank you. Councillor Coates.
Yes, and then I'll be handing over to Councillor Coates to introduce. We weren't sure whether Councillor Coates was able to be here tonight or not, and thankfully he is. But before I do that, I was just hoping I could ask a question first in response to the admin's response that the proposed sign would require planning approval. I was wondering how that fits in regards to all the other Save UTAS signs, cable car signs, the Yes campaign signs. Just wondering what the situation is.
Yes, Ms Avey.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry. I'll ask that question in a minute. Just talk for a bit longer.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor. Yes, it does require planning permission, and so do the Save UTAS signs around properties. We have an outstanding advice that is due to elected members to give some advice about that. So the Save UTAS, the land tax signs, Save the Cable Car, all of those sorts of signs do actually require planning permission, so that advice will be provided to elected members soon.
I have a supplementary question.
Yes, Alderman Zuko.
Is there temporary signage that is under a certain size that's able to be put up? Temporary banner signage under a certain size? Just a question.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor, I would prefer to collect our thoughts properly and provide proper advice. I can certainly take that issue into account.
Thank you very much.
So thank you for the clarity. I reserve my right to talk and hand over to Councillor Coates.
Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Look, elected members, just to acknowledge I was intending on being skiing in New Zealand. I'm thrilled to be here tonight instead. It's wonderful. Sometimes you can't predict the weather, and so I'm not there. I'm here instead, which is why, if you look at the front of the agenda, you would have seen I had a leave of absence put in. Look, nevertheless, I thought it was important to put this motion in. As many of you know, I didn't really get involved much in the debate around the Crowther statue. Some of it happened in a time when I wasn't on council. Look, it almost doesn't matter what your views are around Crowther. It is a prominent place, and it was used to send a message. You know, for many, many years, it was a message of thanks for the people that put that statue up. For some, we heard it was a message of horror, and it reminded them of a bad situation that occurred. For many, many residents of Hobart, then with the reinterpretation program, it was a message of like art's meant to be there to sort of provoke, and it was a message of coming to terms with history and understanding, and for most people, they didn't know who he was, right? And so that was used as a message. You know, the reason that place was used is it's a prominent place. So in my mind, especially in light of what we've seen recently, there is still a strong community message in this town. We all know because they had the elector poll, and so the provenance behind this was, well, while we wait and see what's going to happen with the Crowther statue, it's a prominent place. It's been used for ages to send messages. We should put a community message on there. So that was the provenance of where it came from. However, look, I have read the officer's advice, and I do understand that it is now difficult for us as a council, if we receive advice to the contrary, to then sort of act. So I am going to move an amendment, which I've just emailed to elected members. I'll talk to it briefly while it comes through, but fundamentally, we have advice now that we cannot put up, we cannot put up signage, even if it's political signage. But we do, however, have the ability to do it virtually. So the City of Hobart promotes a lot of causes, sends a lot of messages on behalf of other organisations, not necessarily us. I still think in this instance, the Save UTAS message, it's a community message that the electors, the electors of Hobart, with a 74% vote, sent us. And I do think we do have a role as a council to get behind and promote that. And so the motion is simply that we just pin it on the social media site. So rather than doing an actual sign in a prominent place to send a community message, we can do a virtual sign in a prominent place to send a community message. And look, it is more important now than ever, given what we're currently seeing in the political debate down at Hobart, down at Parliament. It is more critical than ever that we, as a local government, support our community. You know, our community voted for this message to be sent. Our community, I mean, we've just heard that we as a council are going to be going down and taking action, potentially ripping down all these signs. So, you know, it's pretty simple. Originally it was prominent place. That's a good message. We should put it up there. Now, I accept the advice of the officers. I'm not going to propose that we go against officer advice, but, you know, there is that capacity. And look, we partner with many organisations to help promote their messages. It's not that unusual. In this instance, it was a very clear, you know, it's not even an argument about sort of fairness. It was a very clear result. It's something I think we should, you know, I think we should use public space where it's appropriate to send a message. In this situation, unfortunately, we've received advice, so we can't put a sign up. So be it. I'll accept the advice, but we can still, as a council, act. And so, look, I think I'll move the amendment. Yes.
Thank you very much. Can I have a seconder, please? Yes, Alderman Bloomfield.
Yeah. And I know I've sort of spoken to the motion and the amendment at the same time, but yeah, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coates. Did anybody want to speak to that amendment? Councillor...
I'll speak to the amendment. I think it's a sensible amendment in light of the officer's advice. It will be interesting to see what plays out in terms of all the other signs out there, but that's a side issue. We make political decisions all the time, and they're rarely with such a quantifiable figure behind them in terms of the electoral poll results. So I think it makes complete sense that we perform our role under the Act, which is to represent the community, and thank Councillor Coates for his idea around this alternative proposal.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to speak to that amendment for a virtual sign? Yes, Councillor
Just a
Hobart.
procedural question, Acting Lord Mayor. This to me reads as a completely different motion. We had a motion to put a sign in Crowther, on the Crowther site specifically, and officers have gone away and prepared a response to that, and now we've changed that to a banner on Facebook. That's chalk and cheese to me, so I'd like legal advice as to whether or not this is in fact an amendment or a foreshadowed motion.
CEO.
Thanks, Acting Lord Mayor. So what I heard was a virtual sign. Look, and I can only sort of equate that, and we probably each do, to our own situation. I know we did that at my previous employment, my previous city, where we did have QR codes or some other means of, you know, being able to activate a sign on your mobile phone in particular locations around the city. I'm assuming that's the sort of thing we're talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. As a virtual sign, or what are we talking about? Because yeah, putting it on a website is completely different to what I agree to what the actual motion is. So.
Thank you very much, CEO. Appreciate that. Councillor Coates, did you want a right to respond to that? Yes, because
yeah, look, I mean, I think
upon the advice that we've just... Sorry, I'll just stand.
Sorry, yeah. Look, I can't speak to what the City of Launceston did or didn't do. I guess, look, the rationale speaks to it where it says it's a prominent public place. You know, it was about putting the message, if you like, in a prominent public space. I think clearly we can't physically put it there without going through a planning process, so maybe virtually we can put it in a public space. I think that the City of Hobart on their public notice board on their social media is a prominent public space. No one's suggesting it's a private page, it's a public page. And so I'm calling for a public sign. I've now changed as to how we get the public sign implemented because of the advice received. So look, I don't believe it is chalk and cheese. I think it's more a soft cheese versus a hard cheese.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Coates. Just upon the advice of the CEO that we received, that they are potentially two different motions, because one is for a physical sign and one is, and clarity was sought just with regards to the QR code and what kind of virtual sign you are actually wanting. So on the advice that the CEO just gave us, they are two different. And so maybe the CEO can further clarify for us whether it is or it isn't. Thank you. Mr. Young?
Look, I've been tapped in. All right, I've just got the amendment. Look, I think the alternate amendment is divorced almost entirely from the original motion, because the original motion, as I read it, relates to an interplay between proposed physical signage on a physical plinth. Where we're at now is a proposal to put some sort of graphic overlay on a picture of the plinth on our website, if I'm reading that correctly.
It's on your post.
So I've got the alternative amendment here. The council pin the respect the vote, Save UTAS graphic to their Facebook public page. That's quite different in my reading to a physical sign. Ordinarily, I'd say, look, you could probably get away with that as a foreshadowed alternate motion, but I think just given some of the issues with that from an IT perspective, you may want to get some Section 65 advice on it. You may not be able to actually deal with it tonight, but that's just my quick and dirty view on it.
Can I just
Thank you very
I think
much.
we're overcomplicating things. It's just a social media post. There's no overlay on websites and things like that. It's just social media posts.
Yeah, it's just a meeting procedure thing, though, in terms of an amendment needs to be
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Consistent
No,
with
just
the
in terms of
motion.
QR codes and overlays.
Yeah.
It's happy to take it as a foreshadow.
Have one person speaking at a time. Just one person sit down.
You,
Thank
Chair,
you.
So I accept the advice that perhaps as an amendment it's far enough away from the original motion, and so you're saying that vote the motion down but then have a foreshadowed, but it be a post on social media. So it's just the same graphic to save UTAS respect the vote.
Councillor Coates, I don't believe that that's exactly what Mr. Young said. What I believe he said, and the correct words was this, that it's completely divorced from the original motion. Sorry, I just finished what I'm saying. It was completely divorced from the original motion, and so to have it as a foreshadowed motion would not be appropriate. That is my understanding of what you said. Is that correct?
Because the original amendment relates, as I said, to a physical plinth and a physical sign. The amendment now relates to something purely in the virtual world on social media, and we'd need to get a bit of Section 65 advice around that on a few things. One, for example, might be IP or copyright.
Thank you very much for clarifying that once again. Yes, Alderman Zucker, did you want to say something, or you're okay?
If it's an IP and copyright issue, I can understand that, but a foreshadowed motion can be put. But you have to. A foreshadowed motion can be put subject to IP advice.
So I'm not disagreeing with you, Alderman Zucker. What I'm saying is that the foreshadowed motion would need Section 65 advice for the council to be able to consider it, which we don't have here tonight.
So
I'm not going to argue it.
No, but if you amended it, it's a suitably worded foreshadowed motion to investigate that can work.
That's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, you could meet in the middle that way, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Chair, to the CEO, would a QR code be possible to put just the QR code you mentioned in Launceston? That might have been an alternative way of doing it. Would that be permissible?
I think it's still a legal question, if that's all right. So, yeah.
Yes, Ms Abey, thank you.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor, I suspect that might still be considered to be a sign. The Sullivan's Cove planning scheme is very restrictive in what is allowed to be done. It's basically, most things like that would need planning approval given the sensitive heritage setting.
Thank you very much. I might, as a result of the advice that we've given from, been given from Mr Young and also from Ms Abey, what we will do is actually vote on this particular motion. If it fails, you are more than entitled to put forward a foreshadowed motion with regards to the digital aspect of it. So now, is that the advice that you've said, CEO?
I don't think it can be taken as an amendment once we've understood it.
Yeah. Great. So we'll vote on this particular motion now. At item 23, sorry, Councillor Lohberger, yes.
Are we just voting, or do we get to talk to it first? Yep.
If you like. Sorry, I thought that was complete.
That's okay.
Apologies.
I'll just speak because it was the amendment previously, but now we're talking to the item itself, aren't we? Look, I'm not sure where to begin with this motion. So I went back to first principles, I guess, and I went and checked with the Save UTAS group. It is their sign. They knew nothing at all about this motion and they do not support it. They were not contacted prior to it being lodged, and they do not want their signage mixed up in a separate and sensitive issue. It's a separate and very sensitive issue surrounding the Crowther statute. Now, given the complete lack of involvement and in fact the outright opposition of the Save UTAS group to the use of their sign in this manner, I'll be voting against the motion, and I can't see any other way that I can act, to be honest, and I would urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lohberger. I will now put that motion. Were there anybody else wanted to speak on that? No?
Yeah, I would, just in relation to that, I mean, I appreciate what Councillor Lohberger says about perhaps consulting it, but this is not about what UTAS, Save UTAS movement think. It's about a stance that the council have. So I think it's a clear delineation between the two, just saying.
Yes, Councillor Dutta.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Lohberger for making those points. I wasn't aware of that, so thank you for that information that helps me decide on this. Now, if it is their sign and they haven't approved it, which is simply a matter of protocol. If the sign it's their property, you need to get a consent from them in order to do that, and that hasn't been obtained. And the other point that was made, that they have rejected this because of the sensitivity of this place, and therefore, based on those 2 points made by Councillor Lohberger, I would feel the same and not vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a question for you, if I may, to Councillor Lohberger. In the discussions with the Save UTAS group, was it the actual signage that they've made they're referring to, or have they got the words Save UTAS as a registered wording by copyright?
Look, I don't. Sorry, stand up.
Yes,
I don't know the answer to part 2 of your question there. To part 1, it says the council. The motion actually says the council supports, quote, respect the vote, Save UTAS signage. I think it's clearly referring to the signage that's been produced by Save UTAS.
So, as far as the IP, as far as IP goes, the words Save UTAS would not be registered IP. If you use the same sign in the same manner, that's their signage. But I wouldn't think that the word Save UTAS is a registered IP. If the word Save UTAS is not registered either as a business name or IP.
Point of order, I think it might be registered. They are a registered group and Save UTAS is their name.
Okay, well, if they've got a business name registered, that's fine. That's it. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
No,
yes, Councillor Elliott.
Yes, the Save UTAS committee has a registered incorporated association. My understanding is not a business name at all. And they do not own, unless they have gone to the length of getting copyright, they do not own the words respect the vote or Save UTAS. They do not own the cause. They happen to be leaders, community leaders on the issue, but 74% of Hobart people own the cause. They don't own red, they don't own white. They don't own our Facebook page. So whilst people might feel a lot of ownership, and quite rightly, they don't own the cause, and they're being hypersensitive to be concerned about it, and also quite over-protectionist about having other people look to do some things to highlight and do our job in terms of representing the community. So going back to my point, unless they've got copyright, they don't own the issue. We're allowed to use red and white. We're allowed to use fonts, and their business name, I strongly suspect, isn't registered.
Thank you very much. Councillor Posselt.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Alderman Zuko. Please, somebody speaking. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Acting Lord Mayor. So, I mean, this goes back to some of the principles that were in the motion that I put forward this evening, which is about respecting the qualifications and officer advice. I do not believe, and I'm happy for elected members to correct me, I do not believe Alderman Zuko nor Councillor Elliott have legal qualifications to be making these types of judgments. We have an eminently qualified legal expert to give us advice, and it seems that as part of the course of debate, that advice is being thrown during debate to the legal officer for the advice that he should provide us. And that's just all kinds of wrong.
But
Point of order, it's misrepresentation. It's not what I said at all. I'm allowed to have opinions.
Sorry, what was
Point
the
of order, misrepresentation.
What was the comment that was misrepresented?
That I'm providing legal advice, which I'm not.
And I'm not providing legal advice either.
I don't think that that's what Councillor Posselt was saying. Is that what you were saying, Councillor Posselt?
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. I was saying that legal opinion was being given by unqualified unqualified people, elected members that have no qualifications in.
Thank you very much for clarifying that.
So the other issue here, and I think it's very important to raise, well, there's actually a multitude of issues, and I'll cover off the foreshadowing with this same debate, but this is an ethical issue as much as anything. Is it ethical to steal someone's branding without asking them first? And I would say vehemently no, don't really care what the IP legal findings are, but for a city to go and use somebody else's campaign without asking first is unconscionable. But in addition to that, respect to the vote Save UTAS isn't what was voted on. Save UTAS from what? That wasn't the vote. It wasn't should we save UTAS or should we not? That's not what the vote was. So there is no position of the people.
Point of order. That's a clear misrepresentation of the vote. Everyone in Hobart voted, and the understanding of that vote was about saving UTAS from moving to the city.
So, Councillor Coates, what exactly was your...
He's misrepresenting when he's saying that wasn't what the vote was about. So it's a misrepresentation. The comment made was, save UTAS isn't what it is about. That is exactly what it's about, and that's what the vote was about.
Clarify what you were saying, Councillor Posselt.
I certainly can. So I believe that the elect poll wording was in the effect, or to the effect of, do you support UTAS moving to the city? That at no point says save UTAS from anything. No one has ever voted on saving UTAS, and nobody knows what save UTAS refers to as a notion. That is not...
Thank you for that clarification. I'll just now make a ruling. I understand where Councillor Coates is coming from, so you can just move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. So for us to put up respect the vote, save UTAS is also disingenuous to the elector poll itself. We're not representing the community, we're representing a tangential branding exercise. So there's ethical issues, there's legal issues, and it's not clear that this is actually acting in the interests of the community and representing their views. So I will not be supporting it.
Any further comments? Alderman Bloomfield.
Funny, I thought you were worked in the ambulance field, not ethics and law, but there we go. You were happy to have an opinion and tell everyone about it. Frankly, I very much am a supporter of the Save UTAS group, and they had approached me to say that they did not want any association with the Crowther statue whatsoever. And I will thus respect that, and I hope that perhaps we can do something else that's productive and positive.
Any further comments? Councillor Elliott or Councillor Coates, would you like to sum up? Councillor Coates?
Look, thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. Look, I guess I'd just take it back to, the rationale and the intent here. So, elected members, I appreciate there's now a bit of a discussion and argy-bargy about taking advice, and so at the end of this speech I may decide to withdraw the motion in light of the advice, because I do respect the advice being given. However, I feel like we did need to have this debate. It was on there. I'll just confirm as to which motion we're debating now, if it's the foreshadowed or the original.
Motion, Councillor Coates. So we are, sorry, I'll just answer your question if that's okay.
Yes.
So we are actually discussing and debating item 23, the original motion, UTAS signage from Franklin Square. Thank you.
There's been a few things raised in the debate which I wanted to sort of respond to and help sum up to inform elected members. So I very much appreciate Councillor Lohberger's comments and the comments of the Save UTAS group. Look, it was deliberate not to reach out to them. I was aware that being a prominent place in Hobart, there was a little bit of backstory in that location. It came to my mind because it's a prominent place, but I knew that it would put Save UTAS in an awkward spot. They're there for a specific issue. They're not really there to provide commentary on others, and I could easily foresee that they wouldn't want to be asked, because they'd have half their members saying, no, we don't want you to put it anywhere near that, and the other half would say, yeah, sure, Crowther statue isn't there anymore, it's an empty spot, prominent, put it on. right? It'd be awkward for me to ask them. I also didn't ask their permission when I stood up in front of the electors of Hobart and declared that when I was running, look, I believe we should save a UTAS thing, right? It's not their role to be...
30 seconds remaining for your summary, thank you.
It's not their role to be a judge, and we shouldn't be putting them in that position. So there was a deliberate reason there. The motion was about spreading a community message that I believe in, I think the community believes in, and putting it in a prominent place. We've heard the advice it can't go there. I think we can just put it as a social media post, like many others. I think that it does have merit. I appreciate that if we pass this motion, the officers might say it's not legally possible. That's fine. We can get that Section 65 advice, but I'll support it.
I'll now put that motion. All those in favour, say aye.
Oh, so I was going to withdraw the motion actually on that. So I was going to foreshadow the...
Sorry? So we didn't need to have that discussion.
Sorry, just a point of
New Zealand.
question, yeah. Sorry, no, but fair.
He's asking himself.
I was of the understanding that the original motion, which everyone's had an opportunity to speak to, because I think that was fair, the advice was that's not possible, and then but the amendment was too far divorced from the original motion, so it'd have to be a foreshadowed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coates, but it was actually Councillor Elliott who moved the motion, so if you want it withdrawn, Councillor Elliott will need to withdraw the motion.
If we withdraw, it's completely the end and there's no foreshadow?
Thank you very much.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I was asking a question.
Sorry, you're not going to withdraw it?
No, I was asking a question.
Reiterate what I was saying, that for it to be withdrawn, because you moved the motion, you will need to withdraw it.
Yes, and I was saying, if I withdraw it, does that mean there's no foreshadowed motion, obviously?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you, and also for your sarcasm. Thank you. Do you want to withdraw?
Oh, sorry, just a question.
Bring the motion so we don't have to vote.
I think I'm on a different train track, maybe. I took the advice that the amendment was too far divorced from the motion, and so it would have to go in as a foreshadowed motion.
So you need to lose this motion.
Yeah. So, but if we withdraw, or we can lose it or withdraw it or whatever, but then the foreshadowed comes.
Yeah. So let's keep it in, and we'll vote it down. Yeah.
So, I'll just reiterate. I'll just finish, please. What I was saying was this. Before it was put on the table that we would withdraw it. What I was saying is now let's vote on it. But when we started to vote on it, Councillor Coates, you said, oh, hold on, we'll just withdraw it. And so that's why I have paused to give you that opportunity to whether you want to withdraw it or not, or whether you want to vote on it right now. It will then fail and you'll have the opportunity to put up a foreshadowed motion. Do we understand that?
Yeah, so I was allowing the debate, but I did say in my contribution that I would accept the officer's advice, so I would seek with the mover's permission to withdraw the motion rather than just have all of us vote against it, but yeah, the original motion.
Clarify, after you summarised, you said you might withdraw it, so I just wanted to give you that opportunity. But should we just vote on it now? If it fails, then you can put your foreshadowed. Is that okay?
Sorry, let's just vote on it.
Yes,
Sorry, I've got another question.
Yes.
I thought the advice was that it was just too far divorced for even a foreshadowed motion. So can we just clarify that?
Thank you very much, Councillor Lohberger.
We've just been conferring. As I said, it's always good to sort of bring these things well before the meeting so we can be clear on what procedurally we're able to deal with. So I think if you could foreshadow it on the basis of it calling for an investigation to come back to the next meeting, because I think we do need to get some advice on it, but that, and again, we could take that as a question and do that for the next meeting in any event, but I think if you're going to foreshadow it, that's what it would need to be able to be actionable, because we couldn't make a decision on it tonight without having the advice around those other matters that got discussed.
With the mover's permission, I might then seek to withdraw it.
Yep.
And I'll foreshadow, but I'll ask the question.
But if it's withdrawn, there's no foreshadow.
You'd like to withdraw it?
Well, with the mover's permission.
Well, the mover would need to withdraw it, yes.
Yeah, and then I'll flag that I'll ask the question at question time so we can get the advice.
So we can now vote on the motion, or would you like to withdraw it now?
Motion's withdrawn, I've decided.
Thank you very much. Withdrawn. So nobody needs to vote. Councillor Coast said with the permission of the mover he would agree to withdrawing it. So just to reiterate, Councillor Elliott has withdrawn the motion. Item number 23, Save UTAS Signage Franklin Square. Thank you. And we will now move on to item number 24. engaging developers and promoting development. Councillor Kelly, will you move that motion?
Move that motion.
Can I have somebody second it, please? Alderman Bloomfield. Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Chair. Look, it's pretty simple. It's nothing too controversial, I don't hope, and this motion is. Look, it's no secret that Hobart has the lowest commercial vacancy rate amongst all CBDs in Australia, and also has a very low vacancy rate for residential property. And this low vacancy rate leads to high rents, which are impacting on cost of living pressures for renters. The 2021 to 2023 Affordable Housing and Homelessness Commitment gave an undertaking to advocate, I stress the word advocate, the city will collaborate with business, community and the sector to advocate for positive change where appropriate in order to address local and regional affordable social housing and homelessness issues. The situation is that there is no evidence that the Chair of Housing and Homeless Committee, the Deputy Lord Mayor or the Mayor, who's only met with people of Stadium 2, has actually made any real efforts to meet developers to assist with progressing these ideas. The officer report on this motion advised that over the past few months, and that's only over the past few months, the CEO and directors of City Life have engaged in a series of meetings with developers, that these meetings are ongoing, that there is a need to hold regular forums, and that there is a significant amount of strategic planning that is being currently undertaken. It's not only the hard evidence that confirms the housing and office accommodation crisis Hobart experienced for the last 5 years, it is the concerns of the industry that supports building activity, such as the Director of Australia's leading commercial real estate company in Hobart, Elders, comments that the Lord Mayor has missed the point in her recent comments about low occupancy rates. He says, the office market is only undersupplied in Hobart not because we are booming, as the Lord Mayor claims, but because planning and building height density is too uncertain and expensive in Hobart and a disincentive to invest. There's been no new office building in Hobart since Parliament Square has been built in the last 10 years. And this was only because the state government committing to renting. The President of the Property Council of Tasmania this month has written that current market conditions are challenging and weakening to a point we haven't seen in decades. The number of retail vacancies has increased significantly in the last 6 months, with many retailers unable to keep their doors open and considering closure. So, hence my motion tonight is that a report outlining a strategy for a better engagement with the public sector is prepared. There's nothing controversial about it. It's a genuine effort to address a situation that I think is an absolute flashpoint. And if you just got to read the current economic forecasts and that, they're predicting going back to the times of the late 80s and 90s where inflation was high, unemployment high, and all the indicators were bad. So I'd implore upon us to engage in really making a proactive stance instead of these talk fests which are happening, which has only occurred over the last few months. We've got to get serious about this, and hence the officer level report that I request.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Lohberger.
Question,
Yes.
just regarding the meetings with developers and stuff. We have a lot of meetings with developers through workshops. Do we have to note those in the register? Because of course no one has, but we've had an awful lot of briefings from developers through council staff, through proper workshops in the council. Can I ask maybe through you to the CEO whether they should maybe go on the register, those meetings?
Mr Young.
Look, I did actually get a question from another councillor today on that. So look, my understanding is the way it presently sets up is that it's recorded individually. So if one of you takes a meeting or is briefed individually, you put it on the register, but that hasn't washed through to if a developer presents to you collectively. I certainly don't have any issue with picking that up, and we tweak the policy to cover that going forward so that you can put it on there as a collective, but at the moment it's mainly framed as the individual.
Thank you, Mr Young.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Councillor Kitsos.
Is it possible to explain what the purpose of that register is, or why it was first established?
Thank you. Through the chair, it predates me, but my understanding is it's twofold. It's one around just a general transparency piece, so you know, and also just around integrity in council decision making, obviously, because one of the many hats you all wear is as a planning authority, so that it makes it fully transparent who's meeting with whom and when, just to provide confidence and good governance generally.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Coates.
Have you finished? There was a question? Yeah. I was going to talk to you, Adam. Yeah, cool. Look, thank you. Look, I think that the motion has merit. You know, it's easy to say, look, we've got the lowest commercial vacancy rate. No one's building buildings. We've got empty sites, open air car parks. You know, there's a piece of dirt that we own down there at the waterfront being used for car parking. You know, and then what are we doing? And it's really good to see, and I'm glad the motion went up to see the officers' response, because the officers are obviously aware of it. They're meeting. But, you know, it is just, I don't know. You know, when people are trying to build homeless shelters and they reach out, you know, good on a whole bunch of us who went and met with them. But where's our leadership, you know? We're in a situation where, I mean, I get emails all the time, comments, right? Everyone's talking about we need to do more for housing, we need to do more development. You know, you hear that we've got the lowest vacancy rate commercial properties, that businesses are struggling, rates are up. You know, we know that we have, you know, this should be almost like front and centre of the thing we're doing the most on. And yet, you know, we've got this registry for the transparency, for the integrity. You know, what are we actually doing? We're here to do a job on behalf of the city. And you know, it blows my mind that we can have, you know, the biggest homeless shelter proposal, and I know they've reached out because I went and met with them and I've declared it. I know others have went and met with them and declared it. And yet, you know, frankly, the leadership and the people who we as a council have entrusted to work in this space, they'll have to, look, ultimately, I guess, the reason we have these open and transparent registers is to be open and transparent about the work that we're doing. In this case, unfortunately, it's the work we're not doing. And look, you know, we're not going to get a better result by just doing nothing or doing the same thing. And so, you know, I take the points in the motion that were raised. I think calling for some advice as to how we could do it better. You know, this is a clear example where the status quo is not okay. Us as a council need to send that message to the staff. Give us some advice, you know. We're in a situation now where, what is it, housing crisis, homelessness crisis. We've got empty plots of land. I don't think there's a single crane anywhere in the skyline. You know, we've got developers that reach out and they can't get meetings with half of us. I mean, it is staggering to think that we've found ourselves in this situation. And look, maybe it's nearly 2 years into this term of council. It's not inappropriate for us to say, well, you know, there's an iceberg dead ahead. You know what, maybe we should start steering the ship differently now. Let's not wait till it gets super close. We do know and we acknowledge so many times that, you know, the housing situation is tough, the commercial real estate situation is tough, the economic situation is tough. What can we do as a council to be agile? What can we do to engage? What can we do to talk to? You know, the staff get it. I see in their response. They're out there talking to them. They're initiating forums. They're having discussions. You know, we're meant to be elected members, leaders of this city. I don't know. I mean, my headspace isn't so much in the development side. It's more in the healthy Hobart. I've been trying to get my head around that since I've been appointed. But you know, we as a collective group, this is an opportunity for us to take stock and say we need to do better. You know, it's. I don't know. Why aren't we just every single week trying to reach out and say, you know, come and build some housing in Hobart, come and build some office space, come and build some, you know, some more homeless shelters and opportunities. I mean, there's so much capacity for a local government to be an advocate for their area. But sometimes it takes us knocking on their door. You know, we can't just sit back and hope a DA gets lodged. You know, I mean, and even in one situation where we did have someone knocking at the door with the St Vincent's, you know, I find that lack of engagement pretty poor, to be honest. And I don't think it's one individual. Clearly, it's you know, but we just need to do better. You know, it is a hard job. you know, when you run for election, you talk about the things you want to do, and then you sort of get here sometimes around a table, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult to get agreement around this table.
Oates, that's 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. I'll wrap it up in 30. I won't take 3 minutes. You know, this job is not easy. And it's especially not easy when it's us having to reach out to groups and saying, please come and work with us. And look, I think that the call on this item is reasonable, but we should all take a very good look at what's been identified here and consider our roles and how we can best serve the people of Hobart. Thanks.
Alderman Zuko.
When the Myer site sat there for 7 years and the Retirement Evidence Fund decided to walk away from it, the city was facing some very serious issues because you had Myer negotiating with Eastlands. And Eastlands had just about signed the deal until such time this council sat down with the Myer Group and discussed a proposal which had Myer remained in the CBD of Hobart. If it hadn't remained in the CBD of Hobart, we wouldn't have the Myer, we wouldn't have the Icon building. Who knows, it could be still a hole in the ground. At that stage in this council we had an economic development team and an economic development manager as well. Council sat down with that group and many other groups, whether they're good, bad or indifferent. We actually had a report done, commissioned at the time, in respect of what would happen to the city if Myer left the city. And that report is in the coffers of the council and our new CEO, if he wants to have a look at it. You'll see that it would have cost the equivalent of 500 full-time equivalent jobs, devaluation of the CBD, and a devaluation of the CBD means our rate base goes down. And there was a massive list of things that would have been detrimental to the city. I didn't take, and mind you, I had a few phone calls as well, and I actually gave them your email address. I think you've been getting a lot of emails. And I didn't take that story at all that we have a shortage of A-grade office space in the city as a positive. It's actually a negative because there are developers out there who want to develop in the city, but I just find it too hard. And the emails I've sent to CEO justify what I'm saying. If we, as a city, really want to get the city firing in the housing sector and the commercial sector, we don't necessarily have to put our hands in our pockets and give money out. It's the way you actually do things. See, a lot of people talk about, you know, the deal that was made with Myer, and what people don't realise is if Myer had remained on that site, they would have paid X amount of dollars of rates per year for ever and a day and would have gone up by CPI and rate rises and all that. That's still happening there at Myer. The only thing is it's the new development side of it is where we gave some discounts. But that's only for a period of time, and very soon that's going to bring us extra rates in the city. But we haven't lost rates on that Myer site at all over a period of time. So if we had I don't know what our team is there, but I've actually spoken to the CEO about it privately, or, you know, when we had our discussion. But I just want to see an economic development team back in place with a very focused economic development manager working as a concierge with our planning department, because that's what makes things happen. Where someone can walk in to our council department and sit down with Miss Avey and Mr Noy and our economic experts with a developer, whether it's big, small or otherwise, and manage a proposal. And if it means that this
30 seconds.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Sure, can I please have somebody
It
move
means
that?
this council... Sorry. Yep.
Moved by Councillor Coates, seconded by Alderman Bloomfield.
And if it means this...
I'll just vote on that.
Sorry.
Thank you, Alderman Zucker. All those in favour? All those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Alderman Zucker.
If it means this council may have to engage more and promote that we're open for business, we could possibly see more development here. And there was a proposal I put forward to this council, which sits somewhere in the coffers somewhere, where, you know, we could actually sit down with the government and make deals that if we give extra density to a developer who's building houses, and in that development build a percentage of affordable housing, and in that development have a percentage of those houses or apartments on the rental market for a period of, say, 10 to 15 years, but they get increased bonuses. That's how we're going to increase our housing market and our business market. So this could be the start of getting back to what we had going many years ago.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
I've got a question regarding a couple of strategic documents that the council have. The first one is the City Economic Strategy, the City Economy Strategy 2023 to 2028, and the second one is the Invest Hobart document. Can I just get an understanding of what those documents are for? Is that not about encouraging investment in the city, inviting developers to come and have a look at Hobart? Documents that try and sell Hobart? Could I just get a brief understanding of what those documents are?
Yeah, certainly elements of the economic development strategies would be around attracting developers to Hobart without having them in front of me, but certainly that would be a prominent action.
And I guess the second part of that is how successful have those documents been? Do we actually know what they've attracted to Hobart? But that said, Hobart's moving forward. I'll give my contribution now. Hobart's moving forward. There's a lot of stuff that does go on in Hobart. It's, you know, you'd give the impression that nothing happens in Hobart. It's, you know, slow Bart. A lot of people call it, but it's not. Things are being built, but another hotel is nearly complete, and I understand that one of the major chains is moving into that hotel, so that's going to provide accommodation in the city, which I think is the Hilton. So that's you know, that's not a bad outcome. And once that's completed, I'm hopeful that the fragrance property on the corner of Sandy Bay Road and Davey Street will get out of the ground, you know, or near that corner there. Other developers own property in Hobart. They're putting forward development applications. We've got a lovely development application at the old Roberts, Roberts, in on the corner there of Macquarie and the Brooker Highway. That's under construction as we speak. So things are going on. We're not stagnating as a town. Like, this kind of gives me the impression that we're a bit backward, that we don't go out and sell ourselves enough, that individual councillors should be out there negotiating deals. You know, that's not how it works. The council talks to developers. Individuals can introduce people to the council, but you can't go out and, you know, have discussions about what should happen in Hobart with the developer to say, ooh, you know, I'll back you on that. No, you've got to come through the council. It's got to be a proper process. So DAs are happening in Hobart, commencements are not. So a lot of things have been approved, it's when do they get started? And often, not often, but sometimes you see a development application get approved and then it's in the, it's on the market a short while later. So I've got to be cautious about that as well. Developers, there's two sets of developers, those who get approvals and those who do the developments. There's another really lovely project for affordable housing happening in Letitia Street, North Hobart, nearly complete, great development. And other affordable housing projects as well. But there's another one that I think everyone should support, which is a fantastic affordable housing project in the future, and that's 2,000 houses that possibly, if the situation is right and the circumstances are there and it's not encumbered by legislation or something like that, might occur at Sandy Bay. amazing site for
Are you suggesting we're declaring it a
education
UTAS?
facilities, affordable housing facilities. It just needs to have that encumbrances that certain bodies have put on it removed.
Chair,
Yes, Councillor Lohberger, yes.
Yes.
Point of order.
Point of order, it's misleading. There is no current proposal for 2,000 houses in Sandy Bay. There is a proposal for 2,500 flats, which are quite different to houses. And there is no inclusion of affordable housing in the proposal that is now not alive.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lohberger. I think Councillor Harvey didn't say there presently was. Is that correct?
I might have said potential.
Potential.
I'll use that word potential.
So I'll rule on Councillor Lohberger's point of order, if that's okay. Thank you.
So
I accept his, if you could just move on.
We're looking
Thank
for
you.
places to do developments, and that's a perfectly valid location that potentially could have a lot of homes of various descriptions. And we always talk about that missing middle kind of arrangement, so that's a potential site for the future. But when it comes to what this motion it wants to do here, I'm not quite sure what the intent is. Do you want us as individuals to be out there pushing, like you've said, it said that the Lord Mayor hasn't done enough, the Deputy Lord Mayor hasn't done enough, the Chair of Housing and Homes hasn't done enough to bring investment to the city? Is that your role, to bring investment, or is it your role to advocate for the city? And it's the council's job and it's the officer's job to develop those relationships, I think, because it's awkward for councillors and aldermen to be developing relationships with developers. Hence, we have a registry of those contacts, those connections, those conversations. So I'm not quite sure where this is going, but I'm interested in how the debate proceeds from now on, and hopefully it doesn't proceed for too long.
Councillor Harvey. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. I just have a few questions to ask. The first question is, what developers have we had come to the workshop to conduct briefings the last 6 months?
CEO.
I've got encyclopedic knowledge. Yeah, so actually the Acting Lord Mayor did ask me to have a look at some developers who have been in more recent times. So certainly there was a briefing in February, 28th of Feb, from the proponents for the former Spotlight building, which is obviously going through its processes now. There was a tour of the UTAS building in Melville Street and the Hemp Creek prototype development there on the 7th of May. Proposed zip line for the mountain on the 22nd of May. The Taswater briefing on the 3rd of June. Obviously, we've had Stadium 2.0 proponents, as well as the Macquarie Point Development Corp as well in recent weeks as well. So there were some of the developers.
Thank you. Now, I have about 15 questions here, but because for the sake of time I won't. But let me ask 2 more questions. The second question is, can the Acting Director Connected City confirm that the chair of the Housing and Homeless Portfolio have brought this idea to the committee so that they speak to the developers and invite them to be on the committee?
Yes, Ms. Edwards. Thank you.
And the other question is, does the chair of the Greater Hobart Homelessness Alliance meet regularly with the development sector?
Ms. Edwards.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor, I do believe that's part of the role.
Thank you.
Councillor Dutta, did you want to speak, or was that...
I'll speak later.
Were there any further comments? Councillor Dutta.
Thank you. I have written a response to this, seeing that I mentioned personally in this particular motion, so I thought I'd better respond to it. And let me begin by saying that, I find the comment, for example, that we didn't bother, it's, quite strong. That's how I would put it. But if I take together the motion in there, 1 and 2, Motion 1 talks about the low vacancy rate led to higher rents for commercial property, and 2 says the low vacancy rates for residential property lead to higher rents, which can impact on the cost of living pressures for renters. Now, yes, this is correct. I don't dispute that. It is to some degree true that this is something I would support and accept. But I think it fails to consider other factors which contribute to higher rent. There are several other factors that contribute to higher rents, and the 2 points mentioned in this particular motion. For example, urbanization causes that, investment properties causes that, short-term rental rises, government policies, economic growth, student population. For example, in the last year, as it were, from January to April this year, in fact, there is 6,940 students who have come here. And that's massive. Now, I don't know the significant number are in Hobart, in our municipality. Then migration is another impact that causes this. Now, if you look at it, there's 490 people who have migrated in this particular area. Now, not only that, the interest rates is another factor that causes it. Increase in wages causes this. So there are a number of different factors, not just one factor that causes this. Now, number 5, if I look at the element number 5, develop a contact register. Now, I've gone through the minutes and the motion that was put by Councillor Passault on the 12th of December. And it is interesting, it is very clear that when I asked the question, why was this motion, what is the rationale behind this? And the answer was to remove any murkiness associated with covert dealings with property developers. Transparency is the key, especially after some of the scandals in New South Wales that has resulted in law changes preventing developers and real estate agents standing for office. Now, and it goes on and says a number of other points, but I think the register that we all approved unanimously, it is my view that it was for the sake of transparency, for accountability, for integrity, and community trust. That was my understanding of it. And so therefore, to go and check the register and bring about a motion here to say that we have not bothered, none of the 3 have bothered to meet with the developers. Now, we have in our own capacity, all 12 of us are leaders in this field, not just the Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor. We strike them hard when we want to. And we say, you are not the leader, you're only a spokesperson. But let us be honest with ourselves. All 12 of us are leaders in our own right. We can go and meet developers and invite them. But some of us don't want to do that because of our role. When we put on the hat of the city planner, then there's a different story. So we've got to be mindful of that as to how far we're going to go. So to go and check the register to say, oh, hey, this guy is not here, this particular elected member is not here, that wasn't the intent or the purpose of the register. However, I can go on and on and on, but time is very limited. But let me just finish off by saying this. Point number 6 is very interesting, the report. Now, if you read the report and the statements made by the administrative staff, it is absolutely amazing. Now, that itself is so detailed, and that is a report. It is in fact a report. Have a look at the facts that they've given us and the evidence that they've given us, what they were doing. For me, that is the report. And in conclusion, let me make these statements. That the motion, I believe, and it's my view, it fails to provide a clear, logical framework. The rationale behind the motion is unclear and lacks convincing evidence. The overall, I believe the motion is unconvincing.
You have 30 seconds.
Logic.
30 seconds, Councillor Dutt.
May I ask for 2 minutes? I've asked for 2 minutes.
Ask for 1.
2 minutes, yes, that's, yes, okay, by Councillor Coates and then moved by Councillor Coates, seconded by Councillor Posselt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can we vote on that? All favour? Aye. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Continue, please, Councillor Dutta. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, having looked at it, I think the report by the staff is very convincing. They are committed to it. Like we have discussed in our portfolio committees, we're wanting to have forums, we're wanting to approach the developers, and sometimes it's not that easy. If you go back into our minutes and read it, there is a significant developer I have mentioned, and we have constantly talked about this many a time, and we have delegated the responsibility to staff to do. However, I am wondering if I can simply ask a question to finish off with. There was earlier a point made by Councillor Lohberger with regards to if we can, in fact, somehow or the other add this into our policy that the meeting we have with the developers in our workshops be registered in our developer contact register. I don't know if that is possible or not, but I'm asking the question.
CEO, I think Mr Young made reference to that previously. So Mr Young, perhaps you'd like to comment?
I did briefly discuss it with my governance team today. Look, there's certainly no trouble with it because it would already appear in workshop papers anyway. As it's presently structured, it picks up individual interactions, but there's nothing stopping officers adding something collectively, I wouldn't have thought.
So it's possible to put it in the register?
Correct.
Thank you, because there are no meetings of the workshop, so at least there'll be some record. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's confirmed. You finished, Councillor Dutta. Were there any further comments? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. I will be incredibly brief with this, but to endorse all of the things that Councillor Dutta has said this evening, I think he put it very well. But I did just want to address a couple of points. I think Councillor Coates raised that there were no cranes in the sky, and a point of clarity is that there is definitely one crane above the forestry building that UTAS is redeveloping. So the irony is not lost on me that these people are speaking positively for development, but only certain types of development, and that then goes to point 5, where it's so eloquently written that none of the three bothered to meet with the developers behind the recent Argyle Street homelessness shelter proposal. Now, nobody has mentioned the reason that they didn't meet with those proponents was because they supported the application that was before the Planning Committee for approval. They didn't support the delay and the obfuscation of this development, unlike the other... Point of order.
Councillor Lohberger, yes.
Councillor Dutta wasn't present for that vote, so in fact he didn't support that particular development.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lohberger. Sorry, what was the point of order?
Thank you for clarity. I'll withdraw the element as it relates to Councillor Dutta, but it's a bit disingenuous to bring a motion that says you didn't bother to meet with a developer, but we did. But we also voted down the specific development in the chamber that was recommended for approval, and then try to call it out in a subsequent motion. Frankly, bizarre. And I would note that I have raised with successive CEOs since I've been in this seat at the pleasure of the community several strategic sites that Hobart City Council own and control that are ripe for development, including Civic Square and Spirit Place, including the Worm Farm and the Ham Commons on Tolman's Hill, including indeed the quarry off the Brooker Highway, which Councillor Kelly recently expressed to me he does not support redevelopment of, despite it being a quarry that's within a couple of hundred metres of the CBD.
Yes. I did not say that. Point of order?
I did not say it could not be used to develop. In fact, I said it. Possible is misleading us by saying I said something that's not true. I was actually in favour of developing the quarry.
Oh, excellent news. Thank you. Really good to hear, Councillor.
Just rule on that point of order. If indeed Councillor Kelly did not say that, then indeed that is misleading. So
Absolutely.
Please continue.
And I withdraw that. And it's really pleasing to hear that Councillor Kelly is supportive of development at that site, because it could provide a crucial link between North Hobart and the Domain, and provide a much better use of some space that we've got that's kind of not well used. So we are out there advocating, and I'm advocating through the CEO, as is the correct and due process. As is the correct and due process that we go to the CEO and say, hey, these are the things that I'd like to achieve. These are some ideas that I've got. You know, can you take that feedback on board? That's what we do. And going to individual developers is exactly why the developer contact register is there, which is to show that these can be grey and murky, and it is dangerous territory for elected members to individually meet with developers. It really is. So I can't support this motion. I do fully support the city and our officers working hard for more development in the city. It's why I go and speak at Yes in My Backyard events. I believe that we need more development, and we are seeing that with the Spotlight site coming to planning just next week. So thank you, but no thank you for this motion.
A couple of questions.
Yes. Alderman Zuko. No, Alderman Zuko, please go. You stood up first, thank you.
A question?
Yes, please go ahead.
A question through you.
Yes.
Through you to Councillor Kelly. As a fellow developer, has any elected member spoken to you about any of your developments?
Through you, Chair, the answer to that is no.
Okay, no one's spoken to me either. That's good.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Kitsos.
I'd be highly concerned if we were speaking to fellow elected members about their developments. Look, I just...
Point of order. It's quite okay if someone wants to do it, as long as it's put on a register.
Every time I talk,
It is nothing irregular for people, elected members, to be able to speak to one another by putting their names on a register. Thank you.
Point of order. There was no point of order?
Don't worry about it.
There was just no point of order. Okay, don't need to rule on that one, as there was no point of order. Councillor Kitsos, please continue.
Look, I wanted to commend Councillor Dutta on all the remarks made tonight regarding this motion, and I heartily support everything that you said. I just wanted to really briefly call out again the quality of this motion. I really view it again as poorly thought out and not accurate at times and not reflective of the actions that the council is currently taking in this space. And I actually think, Councillor Kelly, that it's a missed opportunity, because had you not chosen this forum to actually single out elected members and what they could bother and not bother to do, perhaps I would have supported item number 6, which is to prepare a report outlining a strategy for better engagement with the development sector, because I think we all want the best thing for this city and we all agree that development is a good thing. However, points 1 to 5 are fairly irrelevant to the outcome that you are actually indeed asking for in this case.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitsos. Is there any further comments? No, if there are none, I might just make a few comments if that's okay. You know, as most of you may be aware, this is my first council meeting that I've chaired as acting Lord Mayor, and I must say I feel as though perhaps we've actually turned a page in terms of respectful behaviour moving forward beyond this council meeting. I would hope so. Do you know why? Because Councillor Elliott, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly spoke today about how it's really important to look at our own professionalism, how it's really important to not ridicule or demean or name call other elected members. I would like to think that beyond this council meeting today, we will actually put that into effect. This particular motion that we're talking about, and I think Councillor Kelly actually pointed out at the beginning of the meeting, it's not appropriate to discriminate against people, single them out. So I hope that these sentiments, and I'm paraphrasing some of the sentiments, which is that I hope we won't have any division and any derision, and we will actually come together in that professionalism moving forward beyond this particular council meeting. So I would like to say thank you to Councillor Kelly for putting this forward, and I would like to point out just some of the things that have been noted in the administration response with regards to developers. An immediate action which has been identified is the need to hold regular developer forums. Number 3, another idea is the need for a development concierge type service to assist larger, more complex development applications to be managed by the council, and the position description for the new economic development manager. Number 4, we are also in the process of initiating greater upfront engagement with developers who have proposals that involved heritage listed buildings and sites. Number 5, the Manager of Development Appraisal and Director City Life meet with industry representatives for feedback on our processes. At point 2, it also outlines that the need for a forum such as this has been identified as part of the ongoing work of the Housing and Homelessness Portfolio Committee. And finally, from a broader perspective, at point 6, a significant amount of strategic planning is currently being undertaken, including the Central Hobart Plan, North Hobart Neighbourhood Plan, Sandy Bay and Mount Nelson Neighbourhood Plan, and the Inner North East Neighbourhood Plan. Each of these plans is an opportunity for developers to provide feedback on what is feasible and achievable in the context of future development and how development could contribute to the future of the city. So I would like to thank the staff for this really succinct overview. I won't read point 7, which also talks about the Urban Design Advisory Panel and how they're involved in what developers do. But thank you so much for letting us know what we presently do with regards to developers. Thank you. Councillor Kelly, would you like to summarise?
Thank you. Well, what business this size, $200 million plus, thinks that we should sit here and wait for people to come knocking on our door? Oh, we're doing great, fellas. We had some presentations. Everyone's come grovelling to us, and we're doing them in slideshow. We've got two documents on the internet. Great, sweet, fantastic. That's going to pull them in. You people just don't get it. You're obviously not in small business. We want the sign up saying we are open for business.
Councillor Dutta, what is your point of order?
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Dutta, what is your point of order?
It's misrepresenting. Some of us are in small business, was and still am. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, could you please withdraw that? Withdraw that. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Kelly. Thank you.
He said some.
I mean...
No, he didn't. He said some. Sorry.
Excuse me, Alderman Zuko. Thank you. I've made the ruling.
It is not up to Neil. It's not up to Karen. It's not up to us to put our cheesy salesman uniforms on and, you know, wave wobble boards outside the front of the council or go door knocking. You're quite right. It is beyond our scope. It's not what we're here about. We want professional people doing that. Simple as that. As I said, we're over $200 million business. We've got...
Yes, point of order. What is your point of order?
That's a misleading statement. We're not 200 million. It's, I think, 160.
You didn't take into account capital expenditure. It shows your ignorance of how the business is run.
Councillor Kelly, can I please rule on that?
What's our total budget? You seem to know. Come on.
That point of order.
I'd like a question. What's the budget there?
Please sit down so I can rule on that point of order. Thank you.
Through the chair to the CEO. Thank you very much.
Please clarify. What is? Thank you. Mr Reynolds.
Thank you, Acting Lord Mayor. We have an operating budget of approximately 180 million. In addition, though, we have a capital budget of 35 million. So
sorry, what was the final figure? 215
million.
Okay, that's excellent. Yep, well done.
Thank you very much.
You were wrong in the wrong direction anyway.
Excuse me. Councillor Kelly, can I please rule on the point of order as per meeting regulations? Thank you. I will now rule on the point of order, and that is that it was a misleading comment, Councillor Harvey, because as has been clarified, it's about 215 million. Thank you very much.
Here's the people trying to sell the business. Who doesn't even know what their budget is.
Stop your grandstanding.
No, we're on the precipice here of some economic disaster. We think we're doing a fantastic self-report card of people coming in here doing PowerPoint presentations to us on stadiums. We've got 2 pages on the documents on the internet, and I just cannot simply believe this. It's not our job to be salespersons. I don't understand. He wants us to be salespersons.
Excuse me. Yes, Alderman Zuko. Sorry, what's your point of order?
Has interjected. Can you please shut Councillor Harvey down? Because if I call one more point of order, I'm going to win the bet on.
Sorry, what's your point of order, Alderman Zuko?
Come on. Councillor Harvey's interjecting.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, I have already stated previously to Councillor Harvey. Thank you very much. I'll now rule on that point of order. I accept it. Please continue, Councillor Kelly.
The politicisation of this here tonight, to hear Councillor...
30 seconds remaining on your summary. Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
You
You can't on the final summary, thank you.
By voting this down tonight, it's a very, very simple thing. Call upon council officers to prepare a report outlining a strategy for a better engagement with the developer sector. What is evil about that? If you vote this down, you might as well put a big sign up, close for business. Oh, okay. Close for business. See you later, fellas. Oh, by the way, if you want to come through the back door, you might be able to give us a PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kelly, if you could please sit down. Thank you so much. That is time. Councillor Kelly, thank you.
God, no wonder you've got no business on it.
Please move that motion. All those in favour, put the motion. Oh, yes, Councillor.
If that's okay.
Point of clarification, sorry, what was that? Yes, personal
I'm going to
explanation.
have to abstain on this. I do support point 6, but I'm vehemently opposed to point 5. And
Would you like to split up the motion instead?
I don't think it's that sort of motion, is it? It's, yeah, the point is point 6. So I'm just going to abstain because I do support it, but point 5 just really goes against.
This means no, just to clarify. Thank you.
Point. You vote no.
I will now put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No?
No.
Okay, can we show by...
In favour?
In favour?
Zuko, Elliott, that's Coates hiding behind there.
Councillor Kelly, would you want to raise your hand?
Bloomfield, Kelly, I'm assuming your hand
Yes.
is up. Bloomfield, Kelly, and the against. Okay, I've got Dutta, Passelt, Harvey, and the deputy. Kitsos, sorry, I didn't miss you. And the acting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, yeah. So it's 5 no's with an abstain, so it's lost.
Thank you.
What was it?
5. No, 5. Yeah.
That's lost. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will now move on to item number 25, responses to questions without notice. Thank you very much. Can I please have somebody second that? Seconded by Councillor Lohberger. And we'll vote on that. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? That's carried unanimously. Item 26, questions without notice. Is there any questions without notice? Yes, Councillor Kitsos.
Yes, I've got a question without notice tonight to the relevant director. Does council send out a litter patrol or similar after a large rain event to review and remediate the state of the Hobart Rivulet downstream from the McRoby's waste facility? This may include rubbish removal or clearing of debris after these events.
Thank you, Ms Abbey.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor, yes we do. That's been a change in process that was implemented after a weather event last October.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions without notice? Yes, Councillor Coates.
Yeah, look, I've got a few, but I'll do one and then I'll come back after others. So
No, that's okay. You can do all if you like. Thank you.
So the first one was one I flagged earlier. So the question is to the council. What are the requirements if we were to put up a post or a virtual sign or a graphic, if you like, on our social media page? And what process would we need to do to have that? So if we were to put up a community message.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you. Your next question, Councillor Coates.
Yeah, so these ones are getting to more governance-y stuff. As you know, we've just hit the new financial year, so we did have the expiring contract for the $120,000 for the milk supply. It expires, which is not the milk, the contract, at the end of July this month. I guess the question is, how much of this supply of milk, $120,000 worth, was then on-sold through the cafe operations, and how much was provided just as freebies and given away? Any updates
Mr.
on the new
Reynolds.
contract?
Through you to Acting Lord Mayor, I need to take that on notice to get their advice too.
Yeah, I've got them written, so I'll email. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Next
Councillor
one
Coates.
was, so we've got a contract with KPMG, and that's under Information Systems and Data Architecture Services. That's a $150,000 contract. This ran out 22 days ago. Can we be provided with a summary of the outputs received, and if this contract is being looked at being rolled over? Through you to the appropriate.
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor. We've only just entered into this contract, as you've pointed out, so we're still in the process of actually engaging with KPMG to get the product. We'd expect that to be received later this financial year. It's in regards to the IT strategy, effectively.
Cool. So the next one, we've spent $149,000 on a neighbourhood plan development with MGS Architecture for North Hobart neighbourhood plan, and that was a Melbourne-based firm. For Sandy Bay, we spent $154,000, but we decided to go with Urbis, which was a Sydney-based firm. And for the Inner North East neighbourhood plan, we've spent $180,000, but that was with Ethos Urban, which was Ethos, not Urbis, so two separate ones, which is also a Sydney firm. I guess the question is, what is the total cost for council for these plans and projects, and how much in-kind and in-house do we do ourselves as part of these neighbourhood plan developments? And also an update of where all three of these are at. And I guess the follow-up question is, we've obviously broken it up and gone with different contractors for each one, but in my mind it runs a risk that they're not necessarily as compatible with each other. And so what consideration is given towards doing them as a total? Through you to the appropriate officer.
No, we'll take that one.
Mr. Noy,
it's a pretty broad question.
Sorry. Some of these I would normally bring up in a former committee structure style. So the next one is, we were provided today an answer which provided a summary of contractors. Just noting briefly that it's taken a while to come back, but could we have a summary, please, of the business management contractors component of Councillor Passelt's answer for question today? So I believe it was 3.6 million in contractors. Some of them seem pretty obvious reasons, heritage, planning advice, but there's a chunk there that's business management. I was just wondering if we could get a summary breakdown. So what's in business management and how much was spent?
Through you, Acting Lord Mayor. Again, we'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Cool. Another question. So it hasn't yet been updated. Can the Aboriginal Programs webpage please be updated and have published all the more recent reporting? The last one there is the 2022 report. Through you to the appropriate officer.
Ms. Edwards, thank you.
Thank you. Another question. Previously, the Finance and Governance Committee was provided a compliments and complaints report. Obviously, this has lapsed. Could we be provided, please, with a summary of the compliments and complaints for the year to date to give an understanding as to if we're trending in the right direction? Through you to the appropriate officer.
Ms. Edwards.
Thank you. That's my questions.
Thank you. Yes. More questions without notice. Alderman Bloomfield.
There was just a couple of questions. I was surprised they didn't turn up because they said they were going to. Salamanca stallholders were quite concerned that they did not receive the profit and loss as promised, and they also were concerned that they missed their quarterly meetings. So it was really just to highlight and to encourage that these please dealt with as soon as possible, please.
Thanks.
CEO.
I can say, so we met with the representatives of the stallholders last week. Obviously, the reason for the delay of the meeting was obviously we've had a staff member with responsibility for that area resign, so we've got an acting person, so that has been rescheduled to occur. And as I say, we worked through a few of the matters with the representatives, but we'll have the meeting as soon as we can.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Two questions through you, Acting Lord Mayor. Firstly, just in relation to the report on how much money we spent on contractors, which came back as a response. I was just wondering if in the CEO's expertise or finance, whether or not that is a reasonable ballpark figure, or is this something that we're way outside of the norms of a bell curve for?
Well, look, it's not. What we found is the same. I was asked the same question, and we did the same research at the previous councils that I've worked. And one thing that councils need to do is be better at actually being able to account for the consultancies that we're spending. So in terms of numbers in the budget, no, it's quite a consistent number and not excessive. But by the same token, it's something that the community are really interested in, and we need to be able to account for it better. And that's one of the learnings from that particular question that I think we've changed our our numbering to be able to provide better data in this sense moving forward.
Fantastic. That's excellent to hear. And the second question, which I'm sure will need to be taken on notice, but there was an amendment moved, and thank you for Alderman Bloomfield for jogging my memory to ask this question. An amendment was moved as part of the Stallamaker stallholders debate, whenever that was, 2022 perhaps, that the city investigate merchandising opportunities, and subsequently we learned that we make $23,000 out of tote bags that are sold at the Hobart City Council stall as part of a cost recovery exercise. I was wondering if the elected member group can be updated on where that merchandising opportunities is at.
Well, we would need to take it on notice. Look, I know from an economic perspective that the market, so the cost and revenue, basically it's about break even from a council point of view in terms of what it costs us to run it and what we actually return. We'd need to drill into whether we are doing more in that merchandise space. So I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Are there any further questions without notice? No? Okay. So we'll vote on that. Yeah, can we vote on that? Oh, sorry, we don't need to. We just need to close it. Oh, sorry. 27. Questions taken on notice during the debate.
So moved.
Thank you. Sorry, moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Coates. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have a motion to close the open portion of the open meeting? Thank you, Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. I'll thank everybody for watching, and we'll now close the open portion